we're allowed to say thank you to our sponsors, right?
Say it again, Solomon.
We're okay to thank our sponsors, or should we wait? And,
yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. All right, welcome to everyone joining. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday morning if you're on the West Coast, and happy Sunday afternoon if you're on the East Coast. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. I already got 150 funneling in. Where's everyone coming from? Feel free to leave it in the chat. Dat and I are on the West Coast. We've got some people in the Midwest. Minnesota, yeah. Land of 10,000 lakes. Good morning, Darren. Yeah, this is going to be an exciting session. We've got 4 hours of co-approved CE. Got a couple fantastic sponsor presentations beforehand. It's going to be a great morning, great day.
I know. Good morning, Mike.
Morning, Mike. Morning, Corey from Houston. Good place. St.
You guys probably already know Josh already, you know, famous Leo alone.
So how many people are rooting for St. Peter's today? Anyone following March Madness? No, okay.
So no March Madness, no Netflix.
Okay, that's media fast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, since the Tar Heels beat my Bruins, I have to now root for St. Peter's to beat the Tar Heels. Solomon knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, this has been an interesting March Madness. Lots of emotions running high.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Right out of the gates. I mean, was it Kentucky and who else was right out of the gates?
Yeah, that was the St. Peter's game. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, you had a good wager on that one.
Oh man, yeah. Imagine if someone did wager on that. That's. I'm sure the odds were definitely stacked in favor of Kentucky on that one. All right, welcome to everyone joining. Feel free to leave in the comments where you're joining from. I think at our last event we had at least 35 states represented, so it was pretty cool.
Wow.
Oh, we got some, oh nice, got some Canada here, great.
Morning, Mary.
Texas, like that. North Carolina, Chicago.
Oh, I saw another Kansas City.
There's a Kansas City, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, two? Oh. Hey, Raymond. New York, Georgia, Missouri, yeah. New Mexico. I got the Dakotas. Oh, look at that.
Wow. Orange County, California.
That's your stomping grounds right there, Cosmans.
Yeah. Yep.
San Diego, best place on earth.
Love San Diego. I love Las Vegas too.
And Vegas too.
Great.
Austin, Texas, also a great place.
And,
Austin, Richmond, Virginia, yeah.
all right.
Orlando, yeah. Vision Expo last year was in Orlando. Stockton, California, yeah. Hey, Darren, how's it going?
Most dangerous city in that state represented.
I was surprised when I read about that. Having I visited relatives there, never thought it was. All right, awesome. Well, it is 9 o'clock, so I'm going to keep us on schedule. We'll go ahead and get started. So everyone, this is the agenda right here, and I'm just going to do a quick introduction. We'll have a word from our sponsors, and then we're going to jump right into Solomon's lectures and then into Mick's lectures a little bit later. All right, so first announcement is we have teamed up with CSI, and it's exclusive member benefit provided by ODsonFinance. So it's kind of a joint partnership with CSI, and it's something called Ask CSI. So if you have any sort of billing or coding question, you can simply ask them and they will answer. It's a fantastic program they have put together. They're really trying to give back to the optometric community. So scan that QR code right there. and just keep that link saved somewhere. So if you ever come across a billing or coding question, whether it be for you in the exam room, or you've got a biller or coder that just doesn't know what to do, a receptionist, whatever the case may be, just ask CSI and they're there to help you out. And it's a free service, so definitely take advantage of it. And we've got a couple great lectures coming up. So number one is Steve Ferrucci of SCCO fame. He's going to be doing a lecture on diagnostic testing and imaging for the posterior segment. That's happening on April 10th. So make sure to scan that QR code right there. Sign up for that. That's 1 hour of COPE approved CE. And then we've got a really big event coming up, and I'm super excited for this one. Probably just as excited as I am for the current one we're doing today. That's on April 24th, and it's e-commerce and the future of optometry. So we've got 3 key opinion leaders that are going to be talking about the future and kind of the technological advances in optometry. We've got Dr. Brianna Rue, Harbir Sian, and of course the famous Walt Whitley. They're all going to be giving fantastic lectures on that. So make sure to sign up. 3 hours of COPE approved CE, scan the QR code right there. All right, so we're going to hear a quick presentation from our 3 sponsors today. And we're going to start out with Neo Home Loans, who is actually, I'm going to give a little history here. Neo was our first ever sponsor on ODsonFinance back when we were probably a group of about 1,000 people. Josh took a huge gamble on us to sponsor. And, you know, we've grown quite a bit since then, and we are always grateful for him. We're always happy to hear from him because he's got a lot of great knowledge. So Josh, I'm going to let you take it over.
Aaron, thanks so much. I really appreciate the opportunity, and good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. I'm going to quickly just share my screen, make sure everybody can see me. Okay, wonderful. So in 5 minutes or less, I was reminded less is more. I am going to try to answer this really large question that everybody has as it relates to real estate. Is housing overvalued today? And so I think we've launched several polls, and housing is pretty much unanimously overvalued today. And while that may be true by all the results from the polls we've done, what I want to point out is that an overvalued housing market does not necessarily mean that prices are not headed higher. And the question I ask myself as I look at the value of housing is, what isn't overvalued today? I recently paid $5 for a gallon of gas, $8 for organic eggs. Gold is reaching $1,958 per ounce this morning, meaning that it's 178 ounces of gold to buy the median US home. And Bitcoin's at 44,671, meaning that it takes 7.8 Bitcoin to buy the median US home. And one of my very favorite economists, Milton Friedman, was famous for saying that inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, in the sense that it is and can be produced only by a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than in output. And if we look at the quantity of money being created as compared to the number of homes being built, output, we're darn for sure going to see price inflation. This is US money supply going back to 1959. And what you can see is that to go from 1 trillion in monetary supply to 5 trillion, it took us approximately 42 years. But then to get from 5 trillion in money supply to 10 trillion, well, that only took us from 2001 to 2013. So that took us 12 years. But then let's look how long it took us to get from 10 trillion in monetary supply to 15 trillion. Well, that only took 6 years. And to get from 15 trillion to 22.4 trillion in monetary supply today, that only took us 2 years. And we can just see, you know, going back towards where the Great Recession was, that monetary supply just got absolutely crazy. We see this massive increase in the number of dollars in circulation, which essentially means that dollars have been devalued. Now, if we look at the output in housing team, we go back to 1977 and we look at kind of this middle trend line. This is the number of housing starts each year. The country has averaged roughly 1.6 million new homes going all the way back to 1977, except for, whoops, we had the Great Recession, we had the mortgage meltdown, and housing supply over the last 15 years has been roughly half the number of homes being built that happened the previous 15 years. So on one hand, we had monetary supply go up by 300%, while we had the number of homes being built go down by 50%. That is the definition of inflation, according to Milton Friedman. Now, luckily, team, Americans have been responsible with their equity. This is the value of US single-family housing market as compared to the amount of debt. And you'll see today, we have a housing market valuation across the entire United States of $39.2 trillion. That's fantastic. And only $12.3 trillion in debt. And if we go back to 2006, we can see that since 2006 in the Great Recession, the amount of indebtedness on US housing has been relatively the same, just above 10 trillion, where we can see going back to 2000, the amount of debt was going up. So we have a very responsible public as it relates to the amount of debt on their homes. Likewise, we see that mortgage risk has been very, very low since the Great Recession. We see that before the Great Recession in 2006, 2007, we had a lot of product risk. We had, we had adjustable rate, there we go. We had adjustable rate mortgages, and we had lower credit scores and less documentation of borrowers' income. Going forward from the Great Recession to today, we have very low risk because of the very high credit standards to qualify for a mortgage. Now, in addition to that, we also have positive demographics. You see that baby boomers had a birth rate through their cohort of a roughly 4 million births per year. Gen X, which is my generation, we went down to about 3.5 million per year birth rate. So we had a pullback in the number of births. If we fast forward 33 years later to the age of a first-time home buyer, right as we hit 2006, the number of first-time home buyers was going down because of a degradation in demographics. But if we fast forward today, the millennials and Gen Z take us back to roughly 4 million births. So we have an increasing and steady demographic of first-time home buyers entering the housing market. And if we look at the current number of active listings, we are in a serious glut in terms of inventory. Down here at the left, this would be January. On the far right axis, that would be December. So these represent the amount of inventory per year. And the important thing for us to see here, team, is that the number of listings across the entire country is going down year after year. So this is 2017, here's 2019, here's 2018, here's 2020, here's 2021, and here we are today, 2022. So if we look between the red line, which is inventory in 2020, and the black line, which is inventory this time of the year, 2022, we are down about 60% in the amount of housing inventory, which is absolutely massive shortage of housing. And so the point that I wanted to share with you all this morning is it's not so much timing the market as it is time in the market. And if we look back over the long term, housing over the last 30 years has increased by 274%. And based on what we're seeing with demographics, based on what we're seeing with the shortage in housing, I would expect that in most areas of the country, housing will continue to go up. Now, that does exclude some crazy coastal markets that may be nearing a peak. But if I look nationally, that's my outlook. Now, we have created a local housing market research guide, especially for you. If you would like to visit this website, you can download that housing research guide, and it'll give you specific market data for every market in the entire country if you want to learn more, and I'll stick that in the chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'll quit sharing now and hand it back to you, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron, you're on mute. Aaron, you're on mute.
There we go. Thank you, Josh. That was a great presentation. And once again, a ton of information. Feel free to scan the QR code right here, and you can jump right on their homepage. All right, so let's pass it on to our next sponsor, and that is Williams Group. And Robin Elliott's going to give us a fantastic presentation. We're super excited about Williams Group. Great organization, and it's entirely women-run. So I think that is fantastic as well. So Robin, if you want to just tell us more about Williams.
Yes, you bet. Thank you so very much. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Oops, you guys can see my screen. Give me just a second here. Give me 2 seconds. All right, good to go?
You're good.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Aaron. And Josh, that was, I've been thinking a lot about my ready to invest in a mortgage again. So it was very good information to see in here. So, well, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I first want to thank all of you for your valuable time today. And our guest speakers, our expert speakers, Solomon Gould and Dr. Mick Kling. Very excited to hear what they have to say. Again, my name is Robin Elliott. I'm president of consulting at Williams Group. And, I really commend you for taking the time to dive into these all important topics of garnering that 5-star online reputation and truly understanding the story behind the numbers and how to use that information to impact change with confidence, which is huge. Give me 1 second here. All right, so, as coaches in this amazing industry, 5-star patient care and mathematical practice forensics it's truly our driving arrows to help independent eye care professionals successfully manage and run a profitable business. Every day I and my colleagues speak with business owners such as yourself who are looking for answers of how do I grow my top and my bottom line? How do I find that joy in my life? And to do this, it is absolutely vital to achieve that 5-star patient reputation. That can only happen through exceptional care and an amazing patient experience. And to do this requires a well cross-trained team and having your systems and your procedures in place that drive patients to your practice because of your shining reputation. And let's face it, without patients, nothing else matters. And why is that? Because it truly is a consistently well-managed, full schedule with patients that appreciate who you are and what you do, and that are willing to pay for your services while telling all their friends online and elsewhere, that drives revenue to your practice. So without patients, nothing else we do matters. So then, to truly be successful as a business owner, we must understand how to run a profitable business through business management and understanding how our team and our systems and our processes impact those matrix. So, for example, let's just say beyond budgeting, knowing your gross revenue per comp exam and how to manage your daily, weekly, and monthly cash flow through schedule management can truly mean the difference between a positive net above 40% or that not so positive net below. So every well-managed practice should track this average and understand how to influence it. So today, our goal is to provide you with key thought-provoking considerations and education to help you find and keep that joy in your life. And Dr. Gould and Dr. Kling are going to be discussing the fundamentals to do just that. So have fun. And I want to say, I got to give a shout out to CSI, absolutely. And on behalf of ODsonFinance, Dr. Gould, Dr. Kling, Neo Home Loans, Optizoom, and all of my colleagues at Williams Group, we encourage you to lift up the rug in your practice and really celebrate the joy in your life because we're all here to help. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Robin.
Yes. I will stop sharing. There we go.
Perfect. I will share. And that is the QR code for Williams Group. Now, there are over 600 of you here right now, and I know all of you are here to learn more about how to run your practices efficiently. That's what Williams Group is here as well. They're here to help you out, here to get your bottom line up, here to increase everything and make everything better in your practice. So definitely scan that QR code if you're interested. All right. And then our last sponsor is Optizoom. And the Cosman brothers have been doing some fantastic things in the optometry world. You might have heard of the Oz Group and Optizoom, the Amazon of ophthalmic and any equipment you ever need in your office. So I'm going to pass it over to Aaron to talk a little bit more about Optizoom. And Aaron, if you can unmute.
Thank you. There we go. First off, I must say, if there's any reason to get up this early on a Sunday morning, it's for an ODsonFinance event. So I appreciate you guys putting it together, and also Josh and Robin. It's an honor to be sponsoring alongside you guys. Thank you. I also just wanted to go right into it. Our family's been in the eye care industry now nearly 40 years now. And my father started off as a rep, and then probably 5-6 years later after that, he went into aligning himself with many, many different optical and ophthalmic supply vendors, teaming up with his brother, my uncle, who unfortunately is no longer around now. But it was just a powerful team. And I guess like 30 years later after that, I came up with the idea of kind of digitizing all those vendors, where you could basically access, all of those different products and companies all in one place. And it really started when I was working for him 5 years ago as a 24-year-old millennial. I saw that orders were being faxed in, the order tracking availability not really quite there when it comes to being able to see all the order tracking from many different suppliers all in one place. Keeping track of invoices. You order something a year ago and you're not sure where you got it from. You can't. I was asking some of my father's employees. I'm like, there's nothing like this around. Like, how can it possibly be? So I made an immediate decision to invest with my own capital to get this thing off the ground. And we've had a 4-year successful run with this thing, and we're basically rebuilding on a more stronger and efficient platform, where to solve the solution that needed to happen, right? And that is centralizing ordering, having access to amazing customer support, and making it where it's the same price as going direct, and auto delivery. So you could for example, if you're a doctor and you want to basically put Preparicane or any dilation drop on auto ship, for example, you could just not even think. You could just put it on auto delivery and not even think about it. Price stays the same, etc. So we're excited to do a soft launch and present it first to the ODsonFinance members to experience the new, the new and improved version of Optizoom. We were blown away how our original platform was overloaded, and we kind of had to make a decision to rebuild it on a more stronger framework, not only for the practitioners, but also for the vendors. So once again, thank you so much for attending this webinar. I'm super excited to be listening to Dr. Gould as always, and also looking forward to getting to know Dr. Mick Kling. If he's on with ODsonFinance, he must be fantastic. So just looking forward. And there's also a special offer for ODsonFinance members. When we go live, we'll be notifying you guys first. So that's all.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Aaron. And yeah, definitely check out Optizoom. Scan that QR code right there, go to the link. What they're offering is absolutely fantastic, and it's going to revolutionize optometry as we know it. So I want to thank all the sponsors. Remember that all the sponsors are in the chat. So if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat, and the representatives that brought those promos will happily answer your questions. And at this point, we are going to shift over to the COPE-approved CE portion of today's event. So a few quick reminders: make sure to complete a survey that's going to pop up afterwards when you're all done with the event. And you got to be present during the entirety of each hour. And of course, they're COPE hours, so they're 50 minutes to receive CE credit, and that's all tracked via Zoom. And your CE certificates will be sent via email 3 to 4 weeks after the event. So do wait that time period. And when you get the CE certificates, oftentimes they get put in your spam folder or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. So just make sure to look in those categories. And if you have any issues at all, just contact us, admin@ODsonFinance.com. And I'm going to introduce our first speaker. We are super excited to have Solomon on again. He was on about 6 months ago at our big practice management summit. And we're just stoked to see this new lecture right here, the 8 Steps to 5-Star Review. And I'm going to introduce Solomon real quick. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to actually launch a poll. So if everyone can participate in this poll, we want to see what the results are. So Dr. Solomon Gould is a professional speaker, practice management consultant, author, and practice owner of 2 private practices in the Twin Cities. As a 4th-generation optometrist with over 15 years of consulting experience for both the private and public sectors, Dr. Gould brings an unforeseen depth of knowledge, experience, and insight to the industry. To date, Dr. Gould has helped elevate over 40 practices in large-scale private equity-based firms in the ophthalmic industry to their fullest potential. When not serving as patients or presenting, Dr. Gould enjoys writing articles on practice management for various business and clinical platforms. All right, and that poll is still going. I'm gonna let it go for just another couple seconds, and then Dr. Gould's gonna jump right on and give his presentation. So get those last few votes in. Okay, and then we're gonna end the poll so we can get this thing going. Great, and I'm gonna pass it over to Dr. Gould. It's all yours.
Hey, thank you so much, Aaron. How's my sound, by the way?
You're good.
Good. All right. Awesome. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start sharing the screen. Here we are. Very good. Yeah, it's good to be back, Aaron. I really, first and foremost, thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here. Let me get, there we go. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in today. I just want to thank our wonderful sponsors real briefly here. Neo, that's awesome that the OG sponsor is here today with us. Also, Optizoom and the wonderful Robin and the Williams Group. Guys, if it wasn't for these wonderful sponsors, we couldn't have these events. And I also equally want to thank all of you, because without our audience, we wouldn't have a presentation to give. So it's equally deserving to recognize your willingness to jump in on an early Sunday morning with us here today. And of course, today we have a couple lectures that I'm contributing, but the big surprise, the gem of the day is actually Dr. Mick Kling following myself. You're in for a big treat, so stay tuned throughout the whole day, because he is definitely one to be an audience member of his lectures. He's very intelligent, has a lot of wisdom and knowledge to share. So my first lecture is the 8 Steps to 5-Star Experience. Now, of course, when we talk about stars, this whole lecture, the whole purpose of this lecture, everyone, is to help everyone in their respective practices, whether you're the owner, an associate, make sure that you're rendering the best experience possible. Of course, I'm a very business-minded individual, so everything in here is also for those practice owners. How can you ensure that both literally and figuratively you're elevating your practice to a 5-star level? So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started. And I did see some fellow attendees in attendance today. I just want to shout out to Joanne Caristo from NECO. Hi, Joanne. And of course, the wonderful Dr. Zhang out of California. So thank you guys so much for being a part of this event. Extra special thank you. So I do have a couple private practices in the Twin Cities, and I was the one that shouted out the Minnesota origin, because it is always snowing in Minnesota with the exception of 2 wonderful months. I have 2 private practices it's Minneapolis and St. Paul, where I, of course, love doing patient care. But on the side, I do consult for and speak for various platforms. So I've listed just a few of those financial disclosures here. For those of you who don't know my lecture style, as Aaron and Dat can attest, I love engagement with the audience. So if you guys don't mind, throughout the course of the presentation, please feel free to shout out questions. I'll do my best to get to them throughout the presentation, but if I miss any, I'll get to them at the end, and I'll hang on standby for a few minutes afterwards as well, so that I make sure I answer everyone's questions. Some exciting things, well, I'll just share. Here's a couple pictures showing you my teams. We work very hard. We also play hard. This is me and my wife, Blake Lively. Of course, this is not exactly my wife, but whenever I show my wife, this is her photo. She gives me the roll of the eyes. But I am a new father, and of course, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that I was doing my due diligence and ensuring that her visual system is trained from the very get-go. Now, she's only 1 month old, so as you can tell, her attendance to class isn't exactly 100%. She's pretty much falling asleep at 2-minute intervals, but nonetheless, I'm doing my due diligence. And then, of course, my lovely dog, Maddie, who she's attended a couple of my lectures as well. All right, doctors. So we're going to get into the presentation. First and foremost, here's just a brief overview. We're going to start off by talking about success strategies for the patient journey leading up to the exam. Then we're going to get to the component of the examination itself. And last but not least, we're going to finish with some success pearls for how to really capture those patients and ensure you get them back in your practice. It's important to highlight, now, Josh did a remarkable job about talking about the different generations. And, you know, it's so true. Our customers, our patients, the way they act, the way they shop, the way that they are as a patient, a lot of it is influenced by what they grew up in, the era, the culture, etc. So for any practice owner out there, and really honestly for everyone out there in healthcare, I highly recommend that if you have not researched your different generations, or studied a little bit on the consumer psychology with respect to personality profiling, that in my humble assessment is the most successful thing you can do regardless of your profession or industry. All right, so all the fun plugs aside, let's get into the meat and potatoes of today, this first presentation at least. So this lecture is the 8 steps to a 5-star experience. We're going to actually run through each of these one by one. But for each component, we're going to break it down into the different stars, or the different stars to the 5-star experience. So when it comes to success strategies for the patient journey leading up to the examination, we're talking about every aspect before they get to the doctor, right? So that includes, of course, 2 pearls, or 2 of the steps that I have found in both my consulting and my personal practice experience. That is that first impression, and then the physical space or environment. So let's go ahead and tackle those right away. Starting with the first impression, many of you know this, goes without saying, but a lot of people forget this, that the first impression happens well before you even realize it. So we're talking about things like your website. So patients, customers will come to your website, whether it was through their own Google search, or in many cases, you with your own marketing efforts have done a sort of marketing campaign, whether it's targeted or just a mainstream blanket, paying for an advertisement kind of thing. Many people are coming to your practice before they even see you. So what are you doing to ensure that is A, getting out in the right way, and also B, is it the right content? Now, I'm going to leave this open to the crowd to answer. How else, and of course, I don't have any fancy polls, how else are patients hearing about you besides your marketing? So using your chat feature, if you can just throw out some guesses, don't be shy. No one's going to get penalized if they get any, the wrong answer if it's not what I'm looking for. Excellent. We've got word of mouth. Thank you, Christy. Absolutely. Becky, Dr. Barton, good to see you out there. Awesome. Got some familiar faces here. Kim Nguyen, nice to see you. And that is 150% it. Word of mouth. One of the biggest ways, thank you everyone so much for being such a great audience. And please throughout the rest of this, just keep that rocking and rolling. I mean, Aaron and Dad, you guys have always consistently generated some awesome attendees, so thank you. Well, as practice owners, we often forget, okay, we have our marketing out there, whether it's targeted or it's, whatever your marketing efforts are. But word of mouth, for me in my practice, has been the most beneficial way for patients to find out about me. So if you don't already have some sort of a internal marketing referral program, I highly recommend you instate one. We do $5 gift cards to our, their choice of coffee shop, but whatever you do, that is something you want to always be mindful of. So people are hearing about their experience in your practice before they even see a marketing platform. So make sure that every patient leaves happy. So we'll go ahead and continue, but that's going to come back up in this lecture. Now on marketing evolutions, back in 2020, a couple of very important changes to marketing took place. Number one, the website content and design is actually more important than just simple SEO. In other words, if you haven't updated your website in the last, well, now it's 2 years, hard to believe we're at 2022 already, definitely re-engage with a marketing platform and make sure that the content is as robust as possible. 2 things you want to be exquisite on: number 1, social experience, and number 2, the efficiency. We're going to talk, I don't want to spill the beans on that one. We have a couple of statistics on just how attentive our modern audience is. Last but not least, it's important to know that business to consumer model, B2C, trumps business to business. In other words, that's why you see advertisements on your Facebook and social media platforms. So here are some 2021 and beyond marketing evolution. Did you know? The average attention span of the modern day consumer is about 7 seconds. Now, doctors, that's literally 1 second shorter than the attention span of a goldfish. Also, the business consumer influential marketing generates $6.50 for every $1 invested. And doctors, that's literally 11 times the ROI, return on investment, of your traditional antiquated forms of marketing. Last but not least, more people have a cell phone globally than a toothbrush, which is exactly why I did not go into dentistry. Now, of course, my success pros, I'm just going to throw out a couple things that I've learned over the years. Number one, make sure that your portfolio on the marketing side is diverse. Make sure that you and in your practice, externally and internally, are targeting those demographics that you want at your location. So if you haven't assessed the way you're in marketing, not just externally, but internally, make sure that you do so. And last but not least, guys, I know we're doctors, we didn't go to school for marketing, but you know, it always helps to, you know, reach out to the experts if you don't feel 150% comfortable. Okay, let's talk about marketing. Now, as you can tell, my pace of lecturing is quite fast because I always, as Aaron and Dat will tell you, I jam-pack a lot of stuff in here for you. So if you ever have any questions or if you want me to repeat something, please let me know. So talking on the marketing side, you know, we talked about revising your platform. So we're now going to get into some very specific generational tips and suggestions. Number one, starting with our silence. So those born 1945 or earlier, include a video on your website. Number two, establish each patient's communication and notification preferences and document that in their profile. Never assume, because of course there are many silence at my practice. One, for example, Betty, she is 93 and she loves her cell phone more than many of my other patients. So never assume, just always ask and then set that in their profile. Avoid automatic phone reminders for all of those all of the patients of that demographic, because they can be quite, you know, overwhelming. Emphasize safety and protection of their personal information. That's very important. Last but not least, you know, provide them with a good old-fashioned business card and your cell number on the back, and just, you know, let them know that you are literally there for them if they ever need anything. You know, a couple did you knows, I always like to throw those out because, hey, it's important for you to know these things, but did you know that posting a video of yourself increases your chances of converting this demographic by at least 60%? So that's the reason I'm suggesting doing the video. Now moving on, there we go. We're now on to the baby boomers. And of course, if you're a baby boomer in attendance, you know, feel free to give the baby boomers some love, some shout outs. In the case of baby boomers, you really want to optimize the experience on your website. And they especially love FAQs. They also love those virtual chat services. And also for them, more info equals better. It's important to highlight any and all customer reviews that you have. I have some of my clients actually literally post them in frames on the walls of their practice or on their website. Whatever you do, the more the better for this demographic. Now, target marketing just simply means you're literally targeting a key demographic. And in the case, doctors, of the baby boomer generation, their biggest target is via Facebook. Some did you know, less than a third of baby boomers find shopping in person relaxing. Just let that sink in for a second. Less than a third find it relaxing. Baby boomers place immense value on reviews before they check out a new business in person. And of course, on the note of the cell phone and Facebook, there are more Facebook users in the age 65 and up category than there are in the 13 to 17, right? Instagram, TikTok is the new Facebook. As of 2020, something to be mindful of, there are 11 million more consumers over the age of 60, while the share of the spending amongst the young consumers is expected to decline actually over the next 10 years. So keep that in mind when it comes to targeting. 73% of those 50 to 59 own and use a smartphone, and 54% of those 60 to 69 own and use a smartphone. Now, of course, marketing, you want to understand what's the preferred modality for them. They more utilize the PC than the phone, but of course they use the phone as well. All right, we're on to our Gen Xers. Now, Gen Xers get, I would say the Gen Xers get not enough love that they deserve. That's actually my favorite demographic. So if you're a Gen Xer in attendance, love you all. And you'll understand here in just a moment why they're my favorite. I'm not a Gen Xer, but they're my favorite as a practice owner and as a doctor. For these patients and customers, doctors, you really want to optimize the transparency on your website and on your social media platforms. They're all about pricing, but they also want to understand what is clearly from the beginning to the end, what is the path to the service or product? What are the steps necessary? For this demographic, you really do want to hone in on quality and how unique your products and services are. And they prefer that email communication. They love those email marketing campaigns. Now, doctors, this demographic is the guilty until proven innocent generation. So they can be your best, most loyal customer, or your biggest enemy, you could say, biggest frenemy, more pleasantry. And the Gen Xers, 86% are the Gen Xers rather at 86% are the most likely generation to stay loyal to the retailers and to the brands that they've shopped in the past. So that's partially why they're my favorite. Preferred modality of communication is the laptop over the smartphone, but of course, as you can see there, a substantial amount of those Gen Xers do use their smartphone as well. All right, now on to the millennials. I am a millennial. Do we have any millennials out there? Feel free to shout out there. For the millennials, again, we're still talking marketing here. You want to invest and engage in regular social media. All platforms for this demographic, they're all encompassing. Of course, Facebook, slightly more than Instagram, but Instagram is starting to make its debut in the public majority. You really, for the millennials, you want to emphasize authenticity in your services, including eyewear and your products, other products. For this demographic, you really want to rally behind and market that you support certain environmental or social causes, and advertise, of course, any deals that you have on your products or on your services. And here's some did you knows to substantiate what we just shared. 50% of millennials are, millennials are 50% more likely to purchase from a company that supports a cause. 62% of millennials say that if a brand engages with them on social networks and social media, they are more likely to become a loyal customer. 2/3 of them say that they will switch brands if they find a doctor or a service offering a 30% discount or greater. And of course, millennials are more likely to buy from their cell phones than they are the rest of the demographics. So being able to make sure that you're targeting those demographics and the technological platforms accordingly. Last but not least, we have our Gen Zers. So 96 to present. In this case, you want to first and foremost invest and engage regularly in social media. These guys really love their Instagram. TikTok is making a huge wave, but also YouTube and Snapchat. Now, when it comes to offering platforms, Snapchat is probably the only thing I don't do with my practices and my services, but it's one of those things that keeps coming up and up and up. So keep that in mind. In your posts, believe it or not, doctors, you want to prioritize organic, authentic posts on your social media, performances, because as you'll see in just a moment, that's their preferred modality. For this demographic, you also want to rally behind and support social and economic causes and advertise it accordingly. And of course, you also want to optimize the efficiency of navigation and the speed of your website, your social media outlets. This goes back to the whole attention span, 1 second lower than a goldfish. And did you know 80% of this demographic, 80% of purchases by this demographic is influenced by social media. 70% of the Gen Zers prefer ads that show real people in real situations. 51% of Gen Zers, you might really want to be checking your pulse and ensure that you're sitting down, because this is everything but what people think about the Gen Zers. 51% of the Gen Zers say that the most important thing while shopping is to find things quickly. And of course, if an app or website does not operate at the speed of their preference, over 60% say that they will not go back to that again. So what about in-store preferences? They actually like the best of both worlds. So they do actually want to shop online, but they're going to purchase in store with the brand that wins first prize. And by that, you're looking for a quality, but also quality at the right price. 54% say that they're looking for products that are environmentally sustainable, but only 38% say they're willing to pay a premium for it. All right, doctors, let's move on into the physical space. Any questions on that? Feel free to throw in the chat service there. We're now going to talk about the physical space. Big thank you to Robin for your comment there too, and that relationship with your patients and integrated healthcare using that technology is so important. So thank you. Now, the physical space in the environment is something a lot of us forget to think about. We find that commercial space. I know that you've recently done some practice, Aaron, you've done some recent practice expansion. So you find that space, you build it out. Do you build it out in mind for the demographic that you want to serve? So when it comes to physical space and environment, it's really a fight, or a more or less a pulling of the ropes between two things: the ability to communicate and collaborate, and the ability to be quiet and to focus on what you're doing as a customer. So a great article from the Harvard Business Review. If you're looking to expand or revise your space, great resource here. Happy to send this to the group. But in this case, from Harvard Business Review, there's these various things that they look for in design. Location. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Enclosure. You have exposure, technology, temporality, perspective, size. I mean, these are all things I never in a million years would have thought of until I was looking at my own practice revisions during the good old COVID-19 height of the pandemic, when we all had some time to do it. So the question for you is, knowing these, that fine balance, what type of culture, what type of office do you want to offer? And you want to make sure that your location setup, the design itself, is that fine balance. And really to your brand. I mean, if you're looking to be industrial and very stylistic, obviously you're going to have probably a little more space. If you're going for that white glove touch, more cozy environment, maybe not so much open space. And I don't have any use for those fancy words like temporality, but you can kind of use your own discretion there. All right, doctors, so now we're graduating into the success strategies for the eye care professional. So this comes down to the doctor-patient relationship. So some really great resources that I've used in my practice. I mean, I'm always trying to learn and get better. So, between the Journal of American Medical Association, Cleveland Clinic, they developed the 4 models of the physician-patient relationship. So we're actually going to run through those. And as I go through each one, you might find one resonating more with you than another. But nonetheless, have your cameras ready, have your notes ready, because these are really, really, really good tips and tricks and summaries, more or less. So here are the 4 models. Number 1 is the informative model. Number 2, the interpretive model. Number 3, the deliberative model. And number 4, the paternalistic model, which you can kind of read between the lines on that one. So starting with the informative model. So this is known as more or less the scientific, engineering, or consumer model. In this, the objective is for the physician to provide the patient with all the information. Really, the patient is to actually select the medical interventions or choices that he or she wants. And then the physician is to select to execute upon those. Really, the important thing on this one is that there is a fairly distinct, clear distinction between facts and values, and really the physician has no contribution or influence in that type of exam. It's really all about the patient. And to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, doctors, but the world of healthcare has evolved more into the informative model these days. I mean, a lot of patients come to us and they already have their diagnosis and already the prescription that they want you to write for them, right? So this is more along the lines of what I see, but you'll see, a little hybrid as we move towards the opposite end of the spectrum. The next is the the interpretive model, which is known as the counselor model. Really, you're really encouraged to, educate, gather the patient's values and what they actually want. And then you more or less are kind of helping them select from the available treatment options. In this case, the patient values aren't necessarily fixed. And known to the patient, they come in, they have an issue, but they're really looking for that recommendation. And of course, that gives the opportunity to provide your recommendations based on what you've assessed, your own personal values. And then, oops, pardon me. And then here we go. And then of course you guys can work more or less as a team to kind of reconstruct, what they're really in there for. In this case, this really applies to when you have that patient that comes in with an issue. They're not 100% sure, so you present everything to them, make sure they're in agreement with what you're thinking, and then you move on with an agreed upon plan. So this is what more along the lines of what I see, but you're going to get a little bit more of that informative model as well. And that's probably only going to increase with time. The third is the teacher or the friend model or the deliberative model. In this case, that you really want to help the patient choose the best, health decision based on their values. But in this case, the patient is empowered not simply just to follow the unexamined preferences, but essentially they are looking for the physician to state their opinion based on their values. So they really want to take what the patient presents with and say, okay, well, in my opinion, this is what I think should be the case. And I feel it's important for modern medicine to have its place in your treatment plan. This gets a little more into that physician ownership of the experience. And, you know, it's becoming less and less like that, but there are patients more in that silent generation that look more towards this from their physicians. So again, right from the beginning of today's presentation, I had a slide on the different demographics. And that's why it's important to understand your different demographics, because they actually prefer the deliberative model. The first two models, informative and counselor, that's more of that Gen Xer, millennial, Gen Zer. Now we're getting into the boomers deliberative model, boomers in silence with the deliberative model and beyond. Of course, the name says it's all the paternalistic model. This is where you're getting into the more parental or priestly model, for lack of better terms. So in this case, physician really is using their autopilot, their autonomy, their discretion, working with the patients to come up with their assessment of what's going on and really kind of take over the case more or less. And there's not a whole lot of patient dialogue or interaction contribution there. So they'll always be thankful for just any recommendation, quite frankly, the patient that is. But again, this is more commonly used in the silence, but even that is trending more towards the latter end of the spectrum. So I'm gonna make sure we have any questions here. Excellent. All right, I keep hitting the wrong button there. Here we go. All right, cool. So now here is a summary. So if you want to take a picture of that, I'll give everybody just a brief second to do so. All right, and then we'll go ahead and move on. All right, so now for those of you, you know, just by a raise of hands here, or, oh yeah, it looks like Dr. Zhao, absolutely. Dr. Zhao is asking if we can get a copy of the presentation, so leave that to the great ODsonFinance team. But for those doctors in attendance, if you haven't ever utilized a personality profiling program, one, if you don't do it for your staff, do it for yourself. But one of the best things that I've done for myself is I've educated myself on this, but then I've done a lot of team meetings and of course, just little staff outings talking about these. And once you do so, and by the way, these are the top rated 10 personality profiling programs of 2021. Highly recommend you do that with your teams, because your small investment in that generates a substantial ROI. We've seen monumental increases in sales, in second, third pairs, in referrals after we implement one of these trainings. And then as we, you know, as our team grows, as I gather new employees, or if I have some leave and we get new employees, we do this all over again, because it's important to know these personality types, be able to work smart, not hard, as I like to say. All right, moving on. Now, many of you might be familiar with this exquisite communication expert, Dr. Just an amazing person, Dr. Steve Argo. If you haven't read this book, doctors, highly recommend that you do. It's absolutely phenomenal. And thank you, Dr. Gundy, for that comment. Very, very much appreciate that. Yeah, this book is one of those that if you haven't read it, please read it, because it's all about, I don't want to steal the thunder, but it's really talking about, as doctors, we're a combination of clinicians, but also we do have to sell, because we have to Robin's point earlier, we have to make sure we have a lifeline of the practice available to us, i.e. cash flow, right? We have to sell. But it's not necessarily about selling as much as, again, I don't want to steal his thunder, as it is about motivating change. How many of you doctors out there talk with a patient, you talk for 30 minutes or whatever, a lot of time you speak, and you know that after all that you're exhausted and they're probably not going to do anything differently, right? So he teaches you in this book how to do that more effectively. Now, using your chat feature, can anyone tell me what this formula is? Don't worry if you don't, but if you do, free virtual high five. And if I was there in person with you, I'd give you a gift card of some kind. But if you don't know, or if you do know the formula, what it is, please enter that into the chat box, please. Yeah, so it's too early for math. I couldn't agree. Dr. Barton says I'm recommending to you what is best for you. You are the decision makers. So yes, absolutely agree with that, Dr. Barton. I love that you appreciate that, because again, those boomers and those Jet Silents are going to love that you do that. All right, we've got some chair time. That's a good guess by Dr. Daldine. Thank you so much. Not enough caffeine from Chris. I love it. So doctors, this is actually the forgetting curve. So you have R equals memory retention, T is time, and of course, relative strength of memory. So, you know, it really, it's not too surprising to see this curve here, but really most people, the studies show that patients' retention of what is discussed in the exam room drops to literally 30% after just 48 hours. Now, and then beyond that, it drops down to they forget 90%. So it really, in your examinations, you want to make sure that you're doing your best, but also don't leave them hanging dry. Make sure that you do provide, you know, those manual handouts. Oh yeah, and then we've got a request that at the end, summary slide of the different generations and personalities. I will absolutely make sure the team gets that. Thank you so much. Dr. Lee, oh wow, no wonder my 1 month follow-up never followed up. It's awesome. So make sure you're including handouts. Make sure you can, in your EMR or your CRM platforms, you can, you know, email or AirDrop or whatever. I mean, we actually use AirDrop with my patients because it's so easy. And then we also utilize our auto messenger system. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about nonverbal communication, because that's something that a lot of doctors spend probably not enough time on, admittedly. For the doctor, you really want to always try to do your best and smile. I mean, am I right here that Aaron, Dr. Neufeld, is probably the king of smiles? We should probably coin his nickname PermaSmile or something, but he is always smiling. So obviously he's rocking at this already. You really want to show interest in what the patient is saying. Try to avoid tapping your fingers, gazing out the window, blah, blah, blah. You know, you really want to do your best. Now, we've all been there, right? We're at 3:30 and beyond, especially that last exam of the day. You know, just do your best, hang in there. You know, God willing, you can do it. Sit when you're able. You know, there's nothing more awkward for patients than for the patient to be sitting and you're standing right next to them, looking down at them. You know, try to lean forward if you can. I kind of do the thing where I, you know, cross my finger or my hands in front of me around hip height, and I just kind of lean forward slightly and I look right at them. That really has helped a lot. But avoid that, you know, awkward patient stylistic presence there. And then, good point, Dr. Barton asked about scribes. So, you know, scribes is another area that we can definitely, I think that's important to circle up with, because that's becoming ever the more predominant. So if you out there have a scribe, feel free to respond to Dr. Barton, you know, because by all means, that is becoming more and more important. I'm seeing it being utilized more and more. Nod your head to show you are listening. That's always big. And then of course, posturism, you know, you want to make sure that you're very relaxed and try to avoid that crossing of the legs or the, you know, the not paternalistic, but more of that, like that awkward closed off demeanor. For the patient, you know, this is what you want to look out for. If you see these signs, abort mission and reassess what you're saying and doing. You know, if they start rubbing the neck, another one is hands to the mouth or lower face, the you know, on the jawline, finger behind the ear, you know, they're getting a little irritated. Hands behind the head. I have a patient who every year when I see him, he literally sits back and puts his hands behind his head, and it's just so uncomfortable for him. But I just deal with it, and that's just him. But if you get that sign, could mean that they're just really not, you know, there with you. I'm going to fast forward a little bit here. Tension in the brow, lack of eye contact, fidgeting the hands, touching or scratching their nose, not facing you directly. I've gotten a few of those over the years. It's just awkward. But when you see those signs, what's more important than the signs themselves is how you react to them. So you're not, I always like to tell my patients or tell my my associates and my clients that I like to say the 95% rule. So yeah, looking at their watch. Thank you, Dr. Eldridge. You know, so if you're always gonna lose on 5% of the demographic, right? So Dr. Palmer, all good reasons to keep masks, amen. So some did you knows, a survey of people in the US, Australia, UK, and Sweden last year reported that as many as one in three people, have fragrance sensitivity. So something that just that extra little clinical success pill to be mindful of. There are people out there who are severely sensitive to scents than you may realize, and to the point of debilitation. So you can see here is, across 4 countries, 9.5% of the population, representing 29.1% of those fragrance sensitive, found it to be literally debilitating. So something to be mindful for. We got some great comments. Yes, thank you, Dr. Bloodwhite. That's fantastic. Also big contributions. Now let's talk about patient feedback. So improving the patient experience, you want to improve the quality of the care. What is the value of that feedback? So if you don't do feedback polls, whether it's SurveyMonkey or it's a manual feedback, drop box at the end of the day, by all means, you want to make sure that you're doing so. By doing so, you're going to improve the experience, you're going to improve the quality of the care delivered. Of course, you need to know this for benchmarking, like Robin alluded to. It helps with increasing your revenue and, of course, reducing patient leakage. It's more expensive to gain a patient than it is to retain one. Thank you, Dr. Mega, for your contribution there as well. So some did you knows, here we go. So practices with higher patient ratings saw a 0.4% increase in net operating profit margin for every 1 point increase in their rating. 8 steps to a 5-star experience. That's how important this is, doctors. So a 0.4% increase in net operating profit margin for every point increase, that makes a big difference. So now we're going to get into our final area, and these are the successful strategies for a success strategies for a successful patient capture and recall. You can see a few more things on this one here. Let's go through these because we've got about 15 minutes left. Starting with technology, or technology, as we like to say in my practices, because when it works, it's great, right? All right, so let's talk a little bit about EMR systems. So, and if you, at this point in the game, you definitely want to make sure you have an EMR system. There are some companies out there, believe it or not, who don't. I've had a few clients along the way still operating on paper charts. So EMR systems, they're good for a lot of things, right? They help us to restore and retrieve data very, very easily. There's nothing worse than not being able to find a paper chart. So we've all been there. It also helps enhance the communication of patient information, whether it's for internal purposes or external. Safety is a big thing, guys. Alerts for medications, reminders that they don't want you to be sending out those auto message appointment reminders, or reports from other specialists they've seen. This also can help improve the care based on past evidence. Let's say you didn't have electronic chart, you don't know what they have already been treated with. That helps with that purpose as well. Of course, uniformity. So if they, if you're, let's just say, not the most experienced, you're new into practicing, and you really need like historical case to build upon. It really helps with that uniformity as well. All right, let's talk about the value of technology. Some key trends in healthcare. I touched on this before just briefly, but there's more of a willingness to disagree with the doctor. Also, and this is more for you doctors to be prepared for this. Number 2, yes, Dr. Palmer, absolutely. Legally, you may not be able to meet the requirements of the 99,000 codes of paper. That's awesome. Tracking their health conditions with technology and using that data to make their own decisions. A lot of patients and customers out there, doctors, are taking their health into their own hands, and they're looking at prophylactic modalities of preserving their own health. And if you as a doctor aren't willing to work with them on that, they're going to find a new doctor. So just be open to this, be aware of these trends, okay? They also want more access to their medical records. So one of the big technological, I'll just say, innovations that is probably going to happen eventually to all of us is we're all at some point probably going to want to, not necessarily have to, have patient portals, just like MyChart, that our primary care physicians have. So they could just log in at any time, get their information, and just print it out on their own. And then last but not least, engaging in healthy behavior and prevention. So as doctors of optometry, their eyes are the inlet to their health. So if you're not talking beyond the orbit and the eye itself, then you're not doing you're doing a disjustice to your own training and knowledge and to them. You really want to talk about healthy behavior and prevention holistically. All right, key technologies in optometry. Look at all the ways that we can prophylactically help our patients. We have ERG analysis, genetic screening, cognitive screening, dark adaptation, IPL therapy, antioxidant screening. There's a million. What other technologies are you guys seeing out there that are awesome that you've seen? Throw it in the chat service. Let's give out some love to integrated healthcare and technological innovation. What are you using in your practices here, doctors, that's really helping with those prophylactic modalities? Nutrition, Dr. Eldridge, thank you. That's huge. So educating on nutrition is awesome. Good call out there. All right, we'll go ahead and move on. Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Eldridge. And now we're on to the next rule of thumb, which is no lonely patients. Patient wait times. The average wait time is roughly 20 minutes, doctors. Yes, Dr. Barton, absolutely. Primary care physicians, awesome. That's a good one. Photobiomodulation. Thank you, Dr. Newsom. So the average wait time in general is about 20 minutes. Guys, we may not think of this because we're in this industry, but the wait times for healthcare services, this is not exclusive to optometry, is twice as long as that for other service categories. So people wait longer for their healthcare than they do any other service. 30% of patients feel anxious, frustrated, or stressed when they're waiting for their appointments. Who thought of that? Maybe we should do some ERG analysis or some EEG analysis while they're waiting in the waiting room. That'd be terrible. The high cost of long wait times. Guys, 1 in 5 patients report that they have switched their doctors because of long wait times. Now, we don't have full automatic capability to minimize or eliminate wait times. But by all means, we can certainly do our best to minimize this. Great suggestion by Dr. Barton. Offer water and coffee as an olive branch. That's awesome. I love that. Thank you, Dr. Barton. And this group is great. Love you guys already. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. 30% of patients say that they left an appointment because they had to wait too long. Long wait times are literally one of the key detractors of the Net Promoter Score for all purposes for this lecture. Their reputation online and in the community. So 96% of patients' online complaints are about wait times. So some statistics to be mindful of: 49% have changed their processes to improve these. What are you doing? Strategies to reduce wait times. I mean, I'm not going to go through all of these. You can see there's a lot of ways. Dr. Barton, 100% on there, offering the olive branch. But look at all those things you can do pre-appointment wise to minimize this. Be transparent with patients about their arrival, when they arrive rather. Don't hold them blind. Make sure you tell them in advance the second they walk in, just out of respect. And then of course, just keep them updated throughout the way, 100%. Anticipate. Really on this one, you really want to sell at every patient touch. You guys are doctors, you guys have practices, you work in practice, you don't need me to run through this, but at every touch of the patient experience, try to sell, okay? Try to offer what is going to help them ultimately in the end. Of course, there's no typo here. This is my rule. The customer is always right. Absolutely not, guys. So in my employee manual, literally bullet point number 1 is the customer is always right, period, not at scenic eye care, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. So here's why. Number 1, 60% of your team is your business. Without your team, you have no business. So if you're letting your patients and customers walk over them, what do you think that's doing to their loyalty to you and to their performance? 66% of employees. So just, I could talk a lot about this one. It may or may not be an area I'm very passionate about, but I fire patients on a regular basis. It's better not to have patients that are destructive than it is to have them there. It's toxic to the environment. And I've actually rid probably 20% of my patient demographics over the last 10 years. And my new patient ratio has increased as a result of it. So for what it's worth, keep that in mind, guys. Now you can see the number of employees that they would leave their job if they didn't feel protected. And then look at this with the millennials. So by all means, make sure that you as the employer Oh, this is great, Dr. Byrne. I have a 6 and a 5-year-old, year and a half-year-old, and I'm gonna read that comment because that is good. Yep, exactly. Firing patients is not a bad thing. And of course, when you do so, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Palmer. Thank you, Dr. Barton. Thank you, Dr. Neufeld. Literally, guys, when you let go of employees or of patients that are destructive, it's the best thing you can do for yourself. Here's a fun quote. One of my favorite authors, guys. When employees don't feel safe, they spend all their time and energy protecting themselves. When they don't take healthy risks, they do the bare minimum. They blame others when things go wrong, and they don't share credit. Now, the opposite, good behavior that goes unnoticed gradually goes away, and bad behavior that goes unnoticed gradually becomes a habit. I don't know who she was. She was on LinkedIn. I just thought it was awesome. It's probably Robin, for who I know. Robin's awesome. She's always out there doing great stuff on LinkedIn. All right, so I'm near out of time. Let me just double check here. Awesome, I got maybe about 5 minutes left here. Might end up just short there. But also, by the way, I forgot to send a big shout out and thank you to Raymond Brill in attendance here today. Good to see you, Raymond. I saw your name earlier. I forgot to call you out there, buddy. So now let's talk about leadership strategies, because we are leaders. We are doctors, owners, practices. Whether you're an owner, you're a doctor, doesn't matter. You're a leader in that office. Here are the do's. Touch base early and often. Give balanced feedback. Always address growth opportunities. Be flexible. Make compliments a habit, not a once a quarter, once a month, or once a year thing, okay? Make sure that everything you do has authenticity and genuine written all over it, because our employees, our staff will know when it's not. And of course, don't neglect company procedures, because if you have a no cell phone policy and you're on your cell phone all day long, what do you think that's going to do to the morale and to the compliance with other company policies? Now, this is inevitable. We're always going to have the infamous office politics, but letting employees feel isolated, letting these antics continue, should be the last thing you allow. I mean, that should be the last thing you accept, because that we spend a third of our life at our practices or at work. So you want to make sure that no one's getting picked on at work and that you squash it if it is happening. And of course, just be flexible. That's the big thing to take away from that last bullet point. All right, so we're getting to the last point, last impression. So yes, there is no typo here. There's every reason in the book that this logo is here. When it comes to giving a good lasting impression, nobody does it better than Jimmy John's. And it's not because of the free smells. It's not because of the, I can't remember all the different funny signs that they have on the inside of their stores. If anybody has some, then please feel free to add it to there. But here's what Jimmy John's does, guys. So Jimmy John's, for every sandwich that they make, they pack all of the good sauce, whether it's the mayo, the onion, whatever it is that's awesome about that sandwich, they pack it deliberately towards the end so that your last bite is the best. And that's what I'm going to ask for all of you guys to do. Make sure everyone in their respective role, the technician thanks them for coming in, the doctor thanks them for caring about their eyes, and then the optician validates good choice on what they selected for their eyewear. Receptionist says, can't wait to see you again next year, et cetera, et cetera. You get the point, guys. So now we're going to move into Q&A here. And I'm going to do my best to fire away with all of these questions here. And thank you so much again. Here's my last little pearls there. Oh, I have to read this out because this is great. A referral from every client and a client from every referral should be everyone's motto on a day-to-day basis. All right, so moving on to the Q&A. Let me just see here, pop into our Q&A box. Okay. So awesome question from Dr. Keith, or Keith Graham. Graham Keith, I'm not sure how much I haven't met you, so sorry. So employment question, how expensive is it to hire and train a new optician or a technician? Is it cheaper to keep giving your trusted employees a yearly raise? Good question. So there's a lot of answers to that. As anyone who knows me tell you, I'm going to give you 8 answers, but let's start with, how expensive it is to hire someone. So we live in a world, guys, where doctors, sorry, where when you go to put an advertisement out, this is sad to say, but if you're on unemployment, if you're applying for jobs, that justifies as trying to get another job. So a lot of employers get inundated with applicants that are not at all qualified for the position, just so that they can maintain their unemployment. So you spend a lot of money, wasted money, but very well spent money on trying to hire someone in, like, for example, my most recent position, I had 183 applicants, only 3 were legit qualified individuals suited for the position. So you spend a lot of money on there. As far as retaining a patient, a good employee, 2 answers to that one. And I'm not giving you, actual figures for a reason, because it's so variable, but I love that you asked the question. As far as keeping one, by all means, the important takeaway on that one is you want to make sure it's a good employee. Don't try to keep an employee, just keep them, make sure they're good. Get, without raising office antics, try to get feedback from others. Are they helpful? Are they toxic to the environment? But also, double check their work as well. Good question from Dr. Hager. Ellen, how do you fire a patient? So I'm infamous for, I don't beat around the bush. I'm very diplomatic in many respects, but when I have a patient or an employee that's not, fire a patient. Yeah, easy. Absolutely. How do you fire a patient? So I'm used to doing both. So when it comes to the patient, I actually do a phone call, let them know, hey, due to these circumstances, and I emphasize I have extensive documentation of experiences leading up to this. So, I always do a phone call in the first incident, second incident, the third, depends on the nature of it. If it's severe, I fire them right away. If it's, minor, you kind of build up, you have a phone call, you document, phone call, document, have the staff document along the way. And then you always follow up with a letter and you recommend them to 3 alternative places. Thank you for asking. And if you need any further information on that, feel free to reach out. Let's see, what is the expected ratio of support staff to doctors or patient volume? The national average on that, Dr. Mega, is 3.8 is the exact number of support staff to doctors, but 3 to every doctor is kind of the standard industry average. Awesome question. Make sure I'm not running over here. Yes, I think I need to stop there, but I am going to hang 10 and also answer those questions outside of the screen share here. So thank you all so much.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Solomon. That was a fantastic lecture. So much info packed into 15 minutes. So I know those questions are going to continue to trickle in, so feel free to answer those. We're going to take about a 5-minute break right now. So feel free to use the bathroom and do everything you need to do there. And I'm going to go ahead and show you the agenda real quick so we can see what's happening. All right, so coming up, we're going to have Solomon give his KPI lecture, which is also fantastic. A lot of great information there. And while everyone's kind of taking their break, I'm just going to go through OD Clinicals real quick, kind of show you what that's all about. You might have heard about it on the group or through our newsletter. It's a fantastic resource that Dat has basically developed himself. And he recently developed the billing and coding section with the help of Chris Lopez. And it's got EM exam codes, CPT procedure codes, and ICD-10 commonly used ocular diseases. So scan the QR code right there. I recommend bookmarking this or just saving it somewhere. I keep it open as a secondary tab in both my exam rooms when I am seeing patients because it's just a fantastic resource to have. Here's just some screenshots of the recent things we did add to it. 9.2 codes, 9.9 codes, CPT codes right here, and CPT procedures. ICD-10 codes. And what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to stop the slideshow right now. And I'm actually going to, as you can see, it's bookmarked right there on my browser. And then, Solomon talked about how the quickness and efficiency of your website is vital. If you remember the first 10 minutes, so you can see that, for instance, I clicked on that, it goes right to the page. So it works really well. And so I'm just going to give you kind of a quick run through while we give Solomon a little break. So right here, you go to the contact lens page when you enter OD Clinicals. So you're able to search by brand. So, AccuView, Alcon, all of that. And as you can see, there's basically every single parameter you could ever want to see on a contact lens right here. And then the cool part is you can also search. So say I want to find dailies total 1, and that just pops up. Super simple right there. And then you can even see the rebates, the annual costs. and of course, the base curves and all the other good stuff. And we switch over to the medication list. Once again, see how fast that loads. Isn't that awesome? We've got every medication we can ever imagine. Once again, broken up in sections, so antibiotics, antivirals, antifungals. You've got your search bar at the top of each. And then of course, you've got recommended dosages. You also have the costs, and then these are all pulled from GoodRx. So these are kind of the best costs for the patient. And then here is our coding and billing section. Of course, once again, you can ask CSI if you have any questions, but then you can go through all this information right here. Very searchable, very easy to pull up, very easy on the eyes as well. And then we've got our references. So a lot of Bino, I always refer to this because I can never remember any of this information. And we've got our expected values for MPC and all these tests that we did in optometry school and probably do every once in a while. And yeah, just a ton of information, easy to search, easy to segment out and know where it's at. But probably my most favorite thing about this, and then of course we've got our vertex calculator as well. So if you need to vertex contact lenses, my favorite thing is the ocular diagrams. I love using this with patients, and this is a fantastic resource if you need to explain something quickly. I actually just used this on Friday. I had a patient with a pretty severe hordeolum, so I kind of pulled this picture up and kind of showed them what it was all about. And then after I used this picture, we talked a little bit about their blepharitis, which was going on, and I did a myography on them, so I was able to show them this image right here and kind of a comparison. So, and literally everything is right here. Click on it, it shows up full screen. So yeah, just wanted to show you OD Clinicals, just kind of give you a run through of that. Feel free to use it. And once again, bookmark it, use it when you're in your practice, when you're seeing patients. All right, let's see how Salman's doing here. Salman, are you still answering a few questions? Or are you ready to go?
Yeah, thanks for asking, buddy. I'm ready to rock and roll, and I went to answer a couple questions, and I'm like the least tech savvy millennial you'll ever meet. So I went to click on answer, and it just I couldn't answer it. So I'll find a way to get that figured out.
Awesome, sounds good. All right, so yeah, this is KPIs that drive revenue. Another fantastic course. So Salman, go take it away. You can share your screen.
Awesome, thank you guys. All right, well, thank you for staying with us. And like I said, guys, I am not the great speaker today. You are in for a treat with Dr. Kling. So thing 10, you're in for a treat. Dr. Kling, Aaron and I have done a lot of more business-driven summits these last couple of years, and that trend is only going to continue. So you're in for a treat there. Also, I have to give some love and shout out back to Dr. Barton. Dr. Barton, in attendance here today, is a good dear friend of mine. And awesome to see you there. I can't wait to see you in person here, hopefully soon. I'm going to go ahead, everybody, and get my screen so you guys can all see that. There we are. There we go. Okay, bear with me, everybody. Get there. So tech savvy millennial here. Here we go. All right. Move this out of the way, and let's rock and roll. So hopefully everybody's staying sufficiently caffeinated. I saw a coffee mug there on your desk, Aaron. Well done. This next lecture, everybody, we're talking about key performance indicators. This is really, the Williams Group and Robin, they do magnificent work there. And when it comes to key performance indicators, doctors, really what we're talking about is simply, it's a fancy word for metrics, goals. This is essentially the Bible, if you will, for lack of terms, or the holy grail for my fellow Indiana Jones fans of success. So if you follow that, you're going to be successful. This is also a great way for us to understand how we're doing year over year. Competition is there everywhere you look. What about competing against yourself? We always want to make sure we're trying to grow and improve and build, not go the opposite direction. So this is all information that's just as important for your own wellness and practice as is for anyone else, any other purpose. On that note, key performance indicators can be a very intimidating subject to talk about, because when the second you put that mirror up, it can cause some people to feel uncomfortable. My practice is not at that practice level. What am I doing wrong? Doctors, that's not how it works. No two practices are the same. And as a consultant, and I know Robin can tell you the exact same thing, we understand that practice A and practice B being very different, are going to have different, KPIs or different performance in those KPIs, and that's not a reflection necessarily on you. So let's talk about that. Let's get into the nitty gritty. I shared with you, I do consult and speak on behalf of a few conglomerates. I have a couple practices in the Twin Cities. Love what I do. I love teaching, if you couldn't tell. And by the way, guys, I haven't had coffee yet today. That's how energetic I normally am. But when you get coffee in me, watch out. So here's essentially the presentation overview. We're going to talk about some optometry updates post-COVID-19. What are the fresh market and industry updates? Then we're going to get into KPIs. And as you can see, there are two different types of KPIs I like to educate on. The industry-specific KPIs, those are more or less, you'll see here in just a moment, what you think of as industry KPIs. And then we're going to talk about practice performance KPIs. That is something I uniquely derived just from knowing that no two practices are the same. We're going to talk about those last but not least. All right, so I've shared with you already, I've got two wonderful practices, Team Minneapolis, Team St. Paul. Definitely not my wife, but of course, who wouldn't love it if that was? Here's my lovely daughter. I'm a new dad of one, for those who are now just tuning in here, of 1 month. And I am spending every day making sure that her visual system, when she's awake, is at peak performance. Lovely Maddie, she's not in attendance today, she's with mom. But otherwise, I like to have her in the room with me when I'm lecturing. All right, doctors, let's just take a moment before we delve into this lovely topic of COVID-19 and Delta variant campaign to thank our sponsors, because I forgot to do that due diligence. I want to thank everyone, all of our sponsors, NEO, Optizoom, Williams Group, everyone that's made this possible, ODsonFinance. Thank you guys. And thank you, doctors, for attending, because without you, like I said, we don't have a presentation, we don't have an audience. So thank you again. We don't really like seeing this because we see it on the news every day, we hear about it every day. We went through it for the past 2 years. We're still going through it partially. So, let's talk about what the world is at now, post or, in this lingering phase of the pandemic. Let's talk about some specific optometry trends. And because we're talking about KPIs, it's really important to highlight two trends in the past few years. Now you can see the dates, 2020 and 2021. We're still gathering that data because as everything else in the pandemic, nothing is moving fast. So we're still trying to get that data. And we get this information from these mean databases of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of practices. So we'll get that information to you ASAP. Hopefully it's our next lecture, actually. But when it comes to the two trends that are really important to highlight, as doctors of optometry, we generate our revenue from two primary areas. Number one, from the exam chair as doctors, and number two, from our opticals. So let's look at a trend here when it comes to the collections per exam. And of course, that comes from us doctors in the chair. As you will see, in the last 3 years, or for the years of 2017 and 2019, we saw a general increase in this trend. So you can see the average revenue per exam went from $359 up to $370. Now, let's take that trend, and what I want to show you is the disparity amongst different optometry practices around the country. And this is US-based information. So look at the trend of those practices in the upper 99th percentile of this particular KPI collections per exam. The trend was also an upward climb. So practices in the upper 99th percentile of performance saw an increase in the trend as well. But look at those numbers, doctors. Let's go back. Literally, this is the average, and this is those in the upper 99th percentile. Look at the difference there in those numbers. So we're seeing double the figures, or double the amount of collections per exam in those practices in the 99th percentile. What are those practices doing differently, better, and how can we learn from that? And of course, that is exactly what we always want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to teach you how to do that. But this is just an idea of the disparity. Now, if you compare that, doctors, to the 50th percentile of practices around the country, look at those figures. Very comparable to the, I know I'm jumping around, but look at those, that's the average, 99th percentile and the 50th percentile. So the trend is that they're all increasing So we're all doing better at generating more revenue per exam. But look at the performance compared to the 99th percentile to the 50th percentile and then the average. So let's now jump to the capture rate. Now, the capture rate, it goes without saying, that is capturing patients who are there for their exam and them buying from you at your optical. So now we're talking about optical-driven revenue. You can see, opposite to the collections per exam trend, we're seeing a decline in the capture rate percentage. So this is our national average, about 45%. And now we look at that 99th percentile of practices in the United States alone right now, and you see 88%, but that has declined as well, over the last 3 years. And then compared to the 50th percentile of practices in the United States, again, like double the amount. So what are they doing differently? What are they doing better? And how can we all learn from that? Myself included. Admittedly, doctors, my practices are not 99th percentile. So I'm always trying to learn and grow and better myself as well. Now, I know Robin can tell you the answer to this question, so only one person is not allowed to answer this, and that's Robin. But here's, and using your chat feature, because I definitely don't have, good shout out there from Dr. Barton. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Becky, Dr. Barton, that's awesome. So for using your chat feature, what is the average loss per practice? This is just to warm you guys up and wake you up per year due to billing and coding oversights and errors, and that's per location, by the way, doctors. All right, so we're getting some good. We're getting a lot of B's and a lot of C's. I got one D there. Excellent. Good. Dr. Maxter, Dr. Gleason, Raymond, excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Good. We got a good group here. Chrissy Hines, nice to see you out there. All right, good. Well, we got a good group here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and spill the beans. It's actually D, doctors. So $100,000 is the average loss per practice per year due to billing and coding oversights alone. So if you don't thank your billing and your coding staff, if you haven't trained your billing and coding staff, if you aren't paying enough attention to your billing and coding staff, you might want to turn that ship around because that is so important. And thank you again, doctors, Dr. Sousa, everyone for contributing there. All right. What, doctors, is the average survival of a cold start optometry practice? So cold start, not acquisition. Using your chat feature there again. Give everybody some time. Dr. Higgins, excellent. Got a B there. Lots of B's. Man, you guys are good students, good pupils, I should say. Oh, we got Dr. Wynn there. Nice to see you, Twee. Awesome. Okay, great. Yeah, we got a good group. A lot of B's. I think we got a good group. Dr. Eldridge, thank you so much. That is in fact it, doctors. So the average survival of a cold start optometry practice is 6 years. All right, good. Get a good group. At least we're staying awake, right, Aaron? Keeping everybody on their toes. This is great. So doctors, I alluded to this before, but there are two different types of key performance indicators, KPIs, that I use in my dialogue. Hard KPIs, specifically referring to industry performance. Literally, it's just your comparison to the national average and everyone, on a larger scale. Soft KPIs, what I like to call PP KPIs, practice performance KPIs, these take into account the different practice models. So let's say Dr. Neufeld has a specialty contact lens practice. I have, Optizoom practice, whatever. We're going to have very different KPIs, and there's a good reason for that. So I'm not going to compare apples to oranges on that one. All right, yeah, Dr. Eldridge, I'm in agreement with you. Sorry to see that, but that is why we have education, and hopefully, as a united force, all doctors of optometry come together and help each other, not try to eliminate each other. Right? It's all about the love. All right, so moving on, let's talk about the layout of this lecture. I'm going to provide you what the KPIs are, what the healthy zones are, and then how you can improve those. All right, so first off, we're going to kick off with the net income ratio. Now, doctors, this ratio, or this KPI rather, good point from Dr. Raymond Brill. Absolutely agree with you, Dr. Brill. Patients buy from the doctors they like and trust. Doctors must prescribe from the chair. I couldn't agree more with that because prescribing is very different than recommending. The message has to be consistent from the handoff in the exam room. Couldn't agree more. Everyone has to say the same thing. Thank you, Dr. Brill, for that. By the way, I hope to see you at Expo. I hope you're going. Formula for this one, doctor. Okay, let's talk about what it is. That's important. So the net income ratio refers to a practice's efficiency in converting collections into professional compensation. the ability to pay the doctor. And the formula on this one is net income divided by net collections. Who here, using the chat feature and a free high five, sorry, that's all I've got today, it's virtual, can tell me what net collections means? Well, if you can put that in the definition, you get it right, I will find a way to get you a gift card, but it has to be the first one because I'm paying my student loans down still. So what is different about net collections? You know, the definition by nature, if you can give me that. And Dr. Barton, while we're waiting, uses the handing of the baton, prescribing from the chair, and the optician just follows the doctor's recommendations. Absolutely true. Beautiful. Well, I won't be giving out any gift cards because I don't have the answers to this yet, but that's okay. My student loans could use it. The net collections is essentially, okay, we all bill, let's say $180 for an exam. We don't get paid that amount, right? So we live in a world where we're in contracted fee schedules, right? So like, you know, insurances that start with an I and end with a med, you know, we might not get even close to that. So the definition of net collections is, you know, the difference between what you bill and what you get paid. So taking that formula, knowing your net income and knowing that you want to make sure you're between that 20 and 40% range. Okay, so if you're outside of that, let's go to the drawing board. Let's talk about how you can improve that. So in order to improve your net income ratio, you can increase your services, you can increase the products, you can do both. So let's say you're not doing specialty contact lens. Now, whether it's you or you hire an associate, that's a very profitable endeavor. Dry eye, myopia management, these are all things. There is a reason why doctors are doing it, gang. If you haven't looked at the ROI analyses of it, definitely do so. I know Dr. Neufeld has some great content on dry eye. By all means, take advantage of those. That is a very profitable endeavor. Products sold, you know, a lot of us think we have to stick to, you know, glasses and contact lenses. That's not at all the case. Dr. Eldridge earlier talked about pharmaceuticals or nutrition rather. Absolutely, that's another way. Nutraceuticals, accessories. I mean, by all means, we're in a world, take-home devices for healthcare, like monitoring IOP. I mean, there's all ways that we can increase our services and our products offerings. Some people are getting into the eye spas and the beauty lines. By all means, go for it, girl. Do your thing, whatever you can do. Another one is to increase the prices of your goods and your services. Doctors, we're not good at doing this. You know, we think we have to keep, oh yeah, good point to Dr. Brill. Collector revenue is your bank deposits. Absolutely. You know, always make sure you're comparing for accuracy. So, you know, when it comes to raising our fees, we steer away from doing that out of fear. A lot of us do. So if you're still billing the same exam fees that you have been for the last 10, 15 years, don't do that to yourself. You know, there's a reason that your commercial lease, if you have one, raises every so often, that your utility bills are going to go up. That's just simple market and economic normalcy. So what I do, you can follow it verbatim or you can, you know, completely do your own thing, but I increase by about 2 to 3% every 2 to 3 years, quite honestly. And that's substantial, but by doing so, I'm raising it enough. People will notice a slight difference. It's not going to, you know, be enough to, you know, for a lot of people to want to move or leave. And quite honestly, doctors, as I alluded to with, you know, getting rid of certain patients, those patients who leave because you raise 2 to 3% are probably patients that are not worth filling up your appointment book slots. So that's my humble 2 cents worth, take it or leave it. Reducing cost of goods and services. You can do this in the form of a buying group. So there are many buying groups out there. They're all wonderful. You know, you can even ask the Williams group what they recommend, you know, as far as buying the group and economies of scale. That refers to buying group power, being able to have, you know, larger margins on your services and products that you offer. So let's move on here because I could talk about that slide all day long. This my pro for you doctors is to always look at the overall net income of the optometrist because that's what that KPI is driving. And excellent. Yeah, good. That's a good suggestion, Dr. Dalton. I like to raise the fees every year on my birthday. I love that. Dr. Menderin, it's simple inflation. Absolutely agreed. Yeah, good on Dr. Klein. $70 for the reimbursement. Beautiful. Love it, love it, love it. All right. So now let's get to the next KPI. We're looking at operating expense ratio. This helps the owner understand what percent of their collections literally keeps the lights on. And in this case, we have total expenses divided by net collections. So we now know net collections, what that is. Here's a mistake I commonly see, doctors, and that is 60 to 80% is normal, unless we're talking about the non-owner ECP's salary being included. In that case, it's more like 65 to 90. All right, so now let's talk about how you can improve that one. So let's talk about those services that may or may not be profitable. If you are doing rigid gas permeable lenses, fit from the chair, you might want to reassess that. That's not exactly a chair profitable offering. If you're really good at it, you have the right technology, and you are profitable with it, great. But in general, look at all your services and do an ROI analysis of what you're offering, and be willing and flexible to get rid of what you're not, generating revenue from, net positive. And in some cases, like in rural settings, I saw a doctor earlier today in Stowe, Vermont. Big shout out to Stowe, Vermont, doctor, because I used to live in Middlebury for 2 wonderful years. Love skiing in Stowe and Killington. But nonetheless, when you are in a rural setting, it's a little more difficult to remove some of those services. But just if you are able to, be willing and open to do so. Also, earn new customers is a really great way to do this. Now, earning new customers doesn't, the whole "if you build it, they will come" doesn't necessarily apply to optometry. Just because you have a website and you're a great looking doctor that has awesome, clinical knowledge, doesn't mean customers are going to come to you. You have to market effectively. You have to be, old school and get out there and get active in the community. Be willing to put some effort into it. Increase conversion. So you can get that glimacing statement of 150 people called your office for directions, 300 people looked at your website, but you're not seeing an increase in new patient ratios. Look at why. Is it your website? Is it the way people are answering the phone? Is it your lack of a presence? What is it? So always be willing, constantly checking on that. Consolidation of inventory. I could talk about that one all day long, but I'm not going to go into too much depth because we're going to cover that a little bit more in detail towards the end. On this one, you want to review the detailed line items on your expense, of your expenses in the financial statements, because you'll see quickly what is eating up your cash flow. And if you're not one to read these things, ask your accountant. They will tell you. Let's make sure I keep up with our wonderful doctors. So one good question from, I like that too, Dr. Fan. Dr. Lyons, what are examples of services to remove as non-profitable? Think about it. How about everybody jumps in and answers that question for Dr. Lyons? What do you guys find your practices are not profitable? And I'll keep rocking and rolling on the lecture here. So the staff payroll ratio assesses the practice's efficiency and the utilization of its non-professional personnel. This is the support staff. And the formula on this one, doctors, is gross, not net, non-OD payroll divided by net collections. Healthy average here, you want to be around 17 to 23%. And there we go. Now, on this one, doctors, there are exceptions to the rule. Here to the left is my 70-year-old optician, Mike Zappa. He's been at my St. Paul practice for literally 46 years. To the right is Kathy Suarez, practice administrator of 35 years of Minneapolis. So when it comes to staff payroll, pay for loyalty, and by all means, the employees of today, as we all know, are not like they used to be. Not in all cases, but there are a few exceptions. So pay for loyalty, and really honestly, it pays dividends, and it sets a good example. All right, looking at ways to improve your staff payroll ratio. There are a lot of ways to do it. Some are a little more cold calculated than others, but let's talk about a few kind of high level. Optimize employee scheduling. Yes, you can get creative with employee scheduling. For example, I have found, especially if I have employees who have little ones, and let's just say, especially during the pandemic, we weren't really at high level. We're still climbing. For those employees who have little ones, be willing to ask them, hey, do you want reduced hours just temporarily until operations get back up a little bit? A lot of them have wanted the time to be home with their little ones, including an associate doctor of mine. As far as modification, and not just for those who have little ones, I mean, even young people who maybe have employees that are in school, right? They're working for you, but they're going to school for a little part-time. Maybe they want extra time to do homework, right? And it never hurts to ask, but ask, don't tell. Okay. So make sure you're asking if they want it before you enforce it. Different approach entirely. If you really need to enforce it, then you have to enforce it. Modification or reduction of employee perks. You know, you want to do this within reason. Obviously, if it's their birthday, get them a birthday cake. Tell them happy birthday. I mean this very generally. You know, you want to be careful of what you are spending for employee perks. I love to spoil my team. I love taking them out to baseball games and football games and yada, yada, yada. But we had to eliminate those during the pandemic for the obvious reasons, cash flow, but also every other reason in the book. Vacation options. You know, this one I'm all about work-life balance. So I don't like to reduce vacation time at all. But maybe more along the lines of who takes vacation when, or you can even combine sick leave and vacay time all in one. There's all ways that you can do this. Inter-departmental communication efficiency. That's for the single location, or you know, maybe 2 location practices. Obviously, that's just as simple as increasing the efficiency of the handoff from, you know, the receptionist to the technician to the doctor, and yada yada yada. But when it comes to the larger scale groups, then it can be more on the lines of chart from one location to another, et cetera, et cetera. We won't get into that one too nitty gritty. For you doctors and attendants, who here, you say yes, no, actually does cross training of every employee? I'm really curious to see how many of you make sure every single, Dr. Jackman says yes. How many of you make sure everyone is cross-trained? Dr. Blood, because that for me, Dr. King, awesome. Chrissy Hines, wonderful. So when it comes to cross-training everyone, you really can't make a better policy than that one, honestly. There's nothing worse than being out of person and no one knows what to do. We talked about this one earlier, prioritizing employee retention over you know, a new employee, unless they're a bad employee. Get rid of them. Automate and outsource tasks. So if you have a reputable billing entity, I can tell you firsthand, CSI, not just because they're wonderful, but in general, they are phenomenal with this aspect. So if you are over inundated and you want to eliminate something like billing, they're great. Let's say you want to outsource RGP or, you know, lens fitting, call ArtOpco, call, you know, ABB or whoever you work with their, you know, experts. A lot of those minute tasks that eat up a lot of staff time can really eat up efficiency and cash flow. Dr. Habib had a great, let's see here, I find that statement. I train mine to do exams so I can stay at home. That's awesome. Good job. Good cross-training recommendation. And then when it comes to you know, the whole outsourcing, you want to do it within reason, because obviously you want to do a calculation or a cost comparison of outsourcing it versus doing it internally. Find out what you generate revenue-wise from doing both, and then you can make a decision. Because as referenced, as evidenced by the average loss per year for optometrists for billing and coding errors alone, it's a lot of money left on the table, right? All right, so now on the success pool, this one, low percentages can indicate provider inefficiency or low staff morale. I like Dr. Barnes. My employee manual says, I clean the bathroom to prove to my employees nothing is below you. That is awesome. And that is comparable to the CEO of Disney, who still, if he's walking, he or she is walking out, has to pick up the trash. I love that, Becky. That's great. Dr. Barnes, sorry, I keep calling you Becky. All right, cost of goods ratio, guys. This is our next KPI, indicator of cash flow for the largest expense of any optometric practice, the COGS, or the cost of goods sold. Things like frames, lenses, lab costs, etc. One of the biggest mistakes I see are common errors. There's no such thing as a mistake, right? As long as you learn from it. And one of the most common things I see that could be better executed, that's a really diplomatic way of saying it, cost of goods ratio is the cost of goods divided by net collections. And the mistake I see commonly made is they forget about the lab personnel in that formula. With that, the industry average is between 25 and 40%. So how can you improve that? We talked about it before, economies of scale, i.e. group buying power. So you can get that via, you know, a participation in a buying group. Now, you don't just want to join a buying group so you get reduced, account. You want to know your portfolio, because the way buying groups work, each buying group has a stronger alliance towards particular vendors. So if you don't do a substantial amount of business with that vendor, probably not the buying group you want to be a part of. So shop every single one. Make sure that you know what their portfolio is, just like employees now are shopping employers, employers are shopping employees. Be shopping the alliance groups before you make a commitment. Revision of shipping and distribution methods. I'll give you a prime example of this one. I used to, do delivery of glasses locally through UPS. You get the patients, they just don't want to come in. And even before pandemic, right? It's metro area, both my practices are in the metro. So I actually did some shopping around because I was tired of paying the freight pricing. And I found a local place called Speedy. And with Speedy, they're local, they're fast, they're excellent, better than UPS actually. And I save about $3,500 a year just on that different shipping method. So shop around for local delivery options if you haven't already. Elimination of unnecessary product features. So let's say you get a frame line. Do they all have to be, UV sunnies? Can some be non-UV, and then the patient can choose whether or not they want UV? Now that's completely against the grain of optometry, but remember pilots, doctors. Pilots can't wear, a polarized, I said UV, but polarized. Pilots can't wear polarized lenses because we're in the cockpit, they can't see the gauges. So you of course want to, that's just one small detail, but make sure you're not going with every feature of every product offering, and be selective. Have a pulse on your demographic and on your patient base. Know what they want, know what they're buying. Because if you're just getting stuff to have, it's just going to eat up your cash flow. And that also applies to buying the needs, not the potential. We all would love to have, IPL therapy. We'd all love to have the Luminous. We'd all love to have, everything out there, but honestly, at the end of the day, you have to know what really your patient demographic is going to use. On this one, really important, here's a good call out there from Dr. Dalton. They had a huge issue with opticians ordering the other color that a frame would come in to make patients happy. 100% awesome. If you can provide them with, have them put the frame on, let them know it comes in this other color, can't order it in, but if you're interested, if you want to, make a purchase of this frame, we'll order it in for you. And sometimes, you get that patient like, no, I have to have it in person. But to Dr. Dalton's point, you really want to be selective about how much you're doing that, because it's a very fine balance. Thank you, Dr. Dalton. And if I miss any along the way, guys, I apologize. I'll always try to keep up with as many of them as I can, with also making sure I give you guys the good stuff here. All right, so whoops. Little success pearl. Many doctors work modified work schedules. So when you're doing your calculation on that, you want to make sure you're using their FTE figures, or full-time equivalent features. So if they work, just 20 hours a week, it's a 0.5 FTE figure. If they're working, I'm terrible at math, 30 hours a week, then you're looking at a 0.75 FTE figure, okay? So how many hours for FTE? Yes, exactly. So like 40 hours is, per week. So if you're by month, twice a month payroll, if you have 8 hours. So if they're working 4 hours a week, that's 1.0. Great question. Thank you for throwing that out there. All right, you guys are doing awesome. Keep up the good work, you guys. We're on to collections for full-time equivalent. This is an assessment of staff productivity. So in this case, we're looking at net collections divided by total full-time equivalent support staff. So this is a monetary figure. So the KPI on this one here is between $115,000 and $150,000. So that's what you want every full-time equivalent to be generating for you. All right. Look at the first bullet point here. No surprise. The best way you can secure that is to always ensure all employees are cross-trained. By ensuring all employees are cross-trained, you don't lose on operational performance on days when you have someone out or on PTO or vacation or what have you. Another way is to assess and revise the number of employees that you have. So, if you have a full staff, you have greater than the industry average support staff to doctor ratio, which I answered earlier, but I'm not going to answer now because that's one of the quiz questions coming up. But if you're above that, and your, so your cash flow and just overall your financials are showing that you should probably revise. You might have to have that hard conversation, offer to have them come back when things are better, or operations is greater. Or as the third bullet point alludes, you can be not skeleton staff, but staffed just enough, and then do what I do, which is hire seasonally and quarterly. For example, I'll go back to this one. In Q4, the big crunch for all of us, I have at St. Paul and in Minneapolis, I have patients. Dr. Perez asked for the collections per full-time equivalent. Absolutely. There we go. Net collections divided by total FTE support staff in the range of 115 to 150. Thank you, Dr. Perez. In the case of hiring seasonally, so I have one person, they're actually both retired teachers, which is cool. They don't know each other. I just found 2 retired teachers who love coming in for Q4, so October, November, December. They make great money, and that's when we have the cash flow and the need for it. And I'm convinced they just like getting away from their husbands, but that's just me. Now, in all seriousness, they have a blast, and our staff loves having them in for that extra help during the year, but we don't need them the rest of the year, so it just works out well. And when I encourage that, I mean wholeheartedly advertise that you're hiring seasonally, because there are people who just need it seasonally or want to get out of the house. All right, excellent. So moving on here, make sure. And great question from Dr. Wynn, it looks like. What is considered net collections? So net collections, we all bill gross we all bill, our gross, fees of, let's say $180 for an eye exam, but we get paid X amount for that eye exam. Let's just say $40. And I like taking on that particular insurance for that reason. But we get paid that amount. So net collections is actually what you get paid, the difference between what you bill and what you get paid. Great question. Thank you, Dr. Wynn. Oops, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So in this case, my pro for you is watch for trends month to month and compare year over year, because you really want to see how are those variances, what is happening seasonally with your professional fee collections, and also make sure you include all optical and professional fee collections in that formula. All right, so I kind of spilled the beans on this one already, but what is the industry average ratio of full-time equivalent staff to OD? So using the chat feature, throwing your answers. Thank you, great gang, good job there. Dr. Ellis, Dr. Patel, good group here. Dr. Kwan, amazing. All right, good job. Thank you, Dr. Bloodwhite, excellent. Okay, and the answer is, in fact, get the mouse out of the way there, 3.8. So 3.8 is the national average of full-time support staff for every full-time OD. Thank you guys so much for contributing there. And then now we're going to jump into another quiz question. What is the industry average for staff productivity per hour? Another one, another opportunity for you to shine in your accuracy. Dr. Pearsons, good, thank you, Persons, sorry. Dr. Lynn, Dr. Patel, Dr. Wynn, got a good group here. Dr. Morris, good to see you, that's awesome. All right, Dr. Pham, Dr. Patel, good job, good job. Wow, we got a smart bunch. All right, so a lot of people were guessing B and C. Got a great group here. And in fact, it is C, so $65 to $85. Good job, everybody. All right, so now we're gonna get into another collection or another KPI, collections per full-time equivalent OD. So now we're holding our ODs accountable. So we're looking at OD productivity here, docs. And the formula here is net collections divided by total full-time equivalent ODs. You can see a little different in the generated revenue. So on average, we're looking at 500 to 800,000. That's the healthy zone. If you're above that, call me and let me know what you're doing. If you're below that, come back to the drawing board. Let's talk about what we can possibly do there. Believe it or not, when it comes to running an office in a business, flexibility with payment options is monumental. Now, you want to use efficacy and ethics when you're doing this, but I'm referring to not just things like care credit, which is one of them by all means, but also things like making sure they can pay by text. There is such a service as you can pay by mobile text, pay via the website. A lot of people are nowadays using the chat feature. Has anybody here in the last 2-3 years been asked if you have Venmo as a practice payment option. Dr. Habib, CareCredit is a cult. Yes, I mean, I don't use it unless it's worth, absolutely requested from them, but I couldn't agree more. I have a couple doctors in attendance who say yes. But Dr. Chen raises a great point that there is a cap to how much you can spend. Sunbit for Dr. Brill, I couldn't agree more. Sunbit is my favorite. They are wonderful to work with. It's the whole buy now, pay later concept, and they're so much better than CareCredit. Question is, how much was the average collections per full-time equivalent OD? Between 500 and 800,000. Another user of Sunbit, wonderful. Go Cardless is another option for Dr. Wells. I have not used that one, but this is awesome. Everyone kind of see what everyone else is using out there, because these are all great representations and examples. So what can you do to improve this, guys? Give your patient more payment options. Also incentivize your providers appropriately and deservingly. There's nothing worse than being a new OD. You start with a practice and you find out 6 months in that the new OD is offered more than you were. You really want to make sure that you're fair to your staff. At the same time, you also want to set standards accordingly and let them know from the get-go, this is standard for us. And then you want to work with them from there. You want to pay your providers fairly, because if they find out that they're not in the market average, they will not be with you for very long unless you have a really awesome break room. No, I'm just kidding. You just really want to be very, very fair with them on that. I mentioned the set and enforce standards earlier. So just, being transparent from the get-go. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mega, for answering that question. Yeah, 40 hours is the standard for the FTE figures. Appreciate that so much. All right, and good question for from Dr. Keith. If you can throw that in the Q&A, because I'll get back to that. It's a really important one. And then how about for what's your pro on this one? Track year-over-year trends as well as inter-doctor variances, because you will be able to see the performance of one provider over another. Of course, on that note too, a doctor that's in pre-exit strategy mode is not going to have the same KPI performance as a new and very ambitious OD. So be mindful of those variances as well. All right, excellent. So, and then another good question, you ever give bonus based on just performance or based on metrics? I love that question. If you don't mind, if you can throw that into the Q&A, because that's another one I'd love to come back to. Thank you so much, Dr. Barton. All right, so what is the industry average for full-time, for total annual visit per full-time equivalent OD? Using your chat feature there, Dr. Patel, thank you. All right, good job, good job. So the number of annual total patient visits per full-time OD. Getting a lot of B's and a lot of C's here. Excellent, and we'll go ahead and spill the beans. It is in fact B. All right, so now we're on to our next, and I'm speeding up here because I want to make sure we get everything here possible. So revenue per patient is the assessment of a practice's operational efficiency. Formula on this one, doctors, is net collections divided by total patients seen. So industry average here is between $250 and $350. And in this case, great. So what can you do to get to that level? We saw at the beginning of today's presentation the difference between the upper 99th percentile of optometry practices performance in KPIs, both share-driven and optical, and then those compared to the 50th percentile. What are they doing differently? Here's your secret sauce, doctors. You saw that first slide that I brought up with every generation. They shop, they conduct themselves, they communicate based on where they come from. And when it comes to tailoring your approach to these generations, make sure it's everything from your marketing to your interaction in the store to the recommendations. And then, of course, what suggestions you're offering after they see you, so in the optical. So every respect, make sure you're tailoring it to that generation. You want to marry your inventory to your demographic. Make sure that your demographic, actually, your offerings apply to that demographic, not what you want to have as the doctor owner of that practice. We all like Maui Jim. We all love, the beautiful Spectralis OCT, but is that what your practice is, supported by? No. Good question from Dr. Barton. Who feels pressured by frame reps? I do. And when it comes to frame reps, you know, they're going to sell you what's selling in the market. Hold them accountable, you know, show them, you know, actually Raymond's son Perry has a good point. You know, they're really always wanting to sell their frame line. So audit the frame reps. Make sure when they come back in and see you the next time, well, this one didn't sell, this one didn't sell, let's flip it around. Or, you know, I think I'm gonna look at a different frame line. That's your office. Don't feel pressured. Optimize your staff and your OD and their morale and their incentivization, because small incentivizations, both monetary and non-monetary, generally yield to high ROIs. If it's not yielding in a high ROI, you're not seeing a change, maybe go back to the drawing board. What is my incentive, is my offering, is it what they actually want? A lot of doctors will come up with incentivization programs that's not what they're even interested in. So I might offer, you know, a gift card to go out for dinner with the wife. It's not what they want. They want a Starbucks gift card instead. You know, so just make sure you're in tune with what their preferences are. Accommodate the new consumer within reason. I'm a firm believer in preservation of sanity. Take care of yourself. Yes, you know, the average customer is getting off work later and wanting to come in on weekends, but you know, have a life on the side. That's my clinical parole there for you. Successful, you know, learn different generations and apply your approach and everything according to that. We talked about that before. New patient ratio. This is the ability of a practice to grow, to take on new patients. The formula: new patient visits divided by total annual patient visits. The healthy zone here, doctors, is between 30 and 40%. Now, if you're above that, great, phenomenal. Like I said, give me a call, tell me what you're doing right. How you can improve this ratio is by diversifying your appointment scheduling options. You know, doctors, we really want to make sure that our patients can make an appointment when it's convenient for them to make the appointment. And again, some software programs are better than others. A lot of great ones out there. Please feel free to throw in the chat section here what you use at your practices and what's been effective for you, whether it's, you know, for patient care or for some reason I can't think of all the different ones right now. Maybe I do need to drink more coffee. But you know, what have you used in your practice that has been successful for that particular purpose? Be flexible with your availability, but within reason. Again, same reason I described before. Now, after hours online and telemedicine visits, that was really rampant through the pandemic. I still actually use telemedicine in my practices. It's not my mainstay, but it's an offering nonetheless. And if it's a way to bridge or olive branch, I love the way Dr. Barton mentioned that earlier, until you can get them in, that will keep them from going somewhere else. And that's really the big purpose of it. And to make sure that you're addressing urgent issues urgently. The call list is your strongest lever when it comes to losing prospective patients. So if they call you, they can't get in to see you because Dr. Brill is booked 8 months out in advance. Make sure everyone is added to a call list and let them know how many patients call and reschedule on a daily basis. Let them know that it's your top priority, that you'll get them in sooner than when they're booked. All right, now we're getting, and I think I have roughly like 5 minutes or so. Yep, less than 5. I'm going to run through this. Practice performance KPI is a little different. We're talking about those practices, apples to oranges, no two practices are the same. So 2 ways you can approach practice performance. 1, umbrella statement assessment, or 2, occupational specific. I think it's important to approach practices and incentivize and monitor performance on the specific occupation or position. With optometrists, how can you, monetize them? How can you watch their performance? Now, again, doctors, this is because no two practices are the same. So given that, here's another way. You've got your industry KPIs, then you have your practice performance KPIs, your soft KPIs. You can take into account that 2 practices are very different. Optometrists, what is a revenue per patient encounter? You guys are now experts in that. You can, you have a formula for that. There's eyeglass sales and upgrades. Number 3, follow up with warm sales and bookings. I, as the doctor and owner, will actually call sometimes when I have a new promotion or new technology, and I'll just call a few select patients, just that little warm touch. I'm not going to call them all. Neither should you. But be willing to jump out there and lead the team. To Dr. Barton's point, clean the bathroom, because no one is below that purpose, including the owner. Diagnostic imaging, if I have a recommendation, I'm going to be the one to recommend it. Diagnostic screenings, let's say there's new technology, whether it's dark adaptation or cognition, or whether it's EERG. if I want to do a diagnostic screening and it's fee for service, pay out of pocket, I'm going to be the one to recommend it, not necessarily one of my technicians. And I'm going to reward my doctors who do that. Optician, eyeglass sales, no surprise. Inventory turnover, frame board management, going, talking about the frame rep situation. Eyeglass upgrades, you get the deal. I mean, this is all stuff. One of my favorite list item here, though, is exam referrals generated. I love when the optician is working with a customer, catches the patient in the act. It's been 5 years, Jim. You should probably make an appointment. I love when they make that. So I actually give them $25 for every appointment that they generate, for those patients coming in, aside from what they get for that sale or whatever they got for that particular patient. Optometric assistant, staff productivity per hour. We got that formula. You guys are rock stars. Team player incentive. This is something I love. I coined this about 6 years ago. Team player incentive is every month, everyone rates how the others on the team out of 5 did with helping them individually with their daily objective task list. Everyone has a daily objective task list. At the end of each month, everyone is rated on how the others help them with that task list out of 5. And then everyone gets an additional bonus based on team player incentive. And what that does, doctors, is it really incentivizes everyone helping each other with their respective daily lists, whether it's emptying the trash, whether it's calling all the exam recalls for the next day. And by all means, that has made probably the biggest difference besides cross-training every employee, anything else I've ever done. On that same token, office politics will intervene. So make sure you're mindful of that, have a pulse on that, and squash it. Last but not least, screening or imaging conversion, make sure that you're paying them for that. If they're recommending it and before they get you, they're already wanting to do it, reward them. Receptionist, patient care coordinator is the term that I use for mine. Receptionist, staff productivity per hour. Reward them, doctors. If they're booking exams out for you, if they're doing the exam recalls, and let's say that I have a scheduled out timeline management. I like to be booked out 4 to 8 weeks is kind of the ideal. But if they're maintaining that, reward them for maintaining that amount. Last but not least, team player incentive. No surprise there. I think I'm right on time to stop, and I am to the point of out of time that I am going to literally just end here, and I'll answer everyone's questions in the chat feature as soon as I can figure out how to do it.
Sounds
thank
good.
you guys.
Awesome. Well, Solomon, thank you so much. That was 2 hours of fantastic content. I know a lot of people learned a lot just judging by the chat and all the questions we're getting. Yeah, you've got about 25 questions in the Q&A, so feel free to answer all those. And let's go ahead. I'm going to share my screen again here.
I now have coffee, Aaron, so I'm good to answer the question.
You're good? Okay, fantastic. But once again, I want to send a special thank you out to Solomon. That was fantastic information as always. All right, so here's our agenda. So we are going to jump into our intermission number 2. So about 5 minutes. Feel free to get up and stretch, get a glass of water, cup of coffee, or maybe a beer or wine, and also use the bathroom. And while we're doing this 5-minute break here, I'm going to have Julie take over, and she's going to be talking about the group discounts that we've been doing and give us an update on all of that. So Julie, the floor is yours for the second intermission.
All right. Well, thank you everyone so much for coming out today. And thank you, Dr. Gould, for your amazing lecture. I wanted to go over some of our ODsonFinance group discounts. So instead of using the restroom real quick, if you can, stay tuned. And I'm going to go over the first one, which is the Maestro 2 OCT. I'll post a link on this. So go to the next slide for me. So the Maestro OCT is actually one of the best equipment we purchased at our office. It's an OCT and fundus camera in one, and the ODsonFinance discount is $44,709, and the discount with Lombard is you'll get a free table and a 2-year labor warranty, and also you can decide between a 0% financing for 12 months or 0.99% for 36 months if available. The deal actually only lasts until the end of this month, until the 31st of March. So if you're interested in getting a Maestro for your practice, contact Josh, and you can email him at the email I listed there in that slide, and I'll go ahead and link the direct link. That way you can go ahead and request more information. The next one will be our virtual visual field. The virtual field is something I'm going to bring into my office. I have a very small space, so It's going to allow for glaucoma, progression analysis, also plaque node screening with their 10-2. We've reached the 40 unit buy-in. So all of the members that are ordering by April 4th, which is actually next week, it will be 20% off your subscription model, which comes out to be $159 a month. Or if you do an annual plan, it comes out to $143 a month. Currently, it retails for $199 a month or $179 for an annual subscription. If you decide to buy it outright, it retails for $12,900. And since we reached our goal, everybody that actually purchased already or will be purchasing gets 40% off discount. So your buy for this amazing deal is $7,700. And if you qualify for the ADA tax credit, you'll want to talk to your CPA about this. You'll actually get the device after the tax credit for less than $4,000. So if you're interested in purchasing the Vitrefield with our group discount, make sure you contact Matt. The information is on that slide. Again, I'll post the link. And make sure you get that order in before April 4th. Basically, it's next week. The great thing about it is all orders get 4-week free trials. So if you're on the fence, you're not sure about this new technology, and you really want to test it out, feel it out, and use it out with your patients, you can order the device, have it at your office for 4 weeks. And if you decide to move forward or not, you will get the discount. And if not, you can go ahead and return your device, and you'll just be responsible for shipping. The next group discount we have is with Luminous Optolite IPL. It's a great instrument for those interested in growing their dry eye practice. We had Luminous last week for their dry eye CE, and it's a great practice builder, really increasing your revenue. So right now, the ODsonFinance special is $4,000 off. I know a lot of members were interested in knowing what their pricing is, and right now there's two versions. There's the aesthetic version as well as the basic. The Optolite aesthetic is $88,500 with our discount and $68,500 with our discount for the basic version. They also include a 90-day premium marketing support for marketing for EPC, which is a $6,000 package. So they'll help you do your email blast to your patients. They'll have a one-on-one consultant work with you to get patients in your door. They'll work with, they'll actually have a package for Google to blast it on Google and Facebook and all the social media platforms to get patients in your door and drive patients in, so that way you can pay off this equipment as fast as you can. So the instant value with the ODsonFinance is actually a $10,000 instant value. You must order the device by May 15th. So you have a couple of weeks to get into the deal. And if you're interested, just go ahead and email Stacy Winter. Her information is on the slide. And then I'll enter in, I'll input the link to learn more about Optolite as well in our chat box. Any questions, you can email me in regards to any of those devices. Our working with all of the companies have been wonderful. So if you have any trouble reaching the vendors, please feel free to reach out to me, and I can go ahead and connect you with our partners. And then our raffle winner number 1, thank you so much for tuning in today. Our raffle winner is, and it's going to be a $100 Amazon gift card. So if you, okay, we have Carolyn Wells. So Carolyn, go ahead and send us an email at admins@ODsonFinance.com. Carolyn Wells. All right, congratulations. And then our next speaker is Dr. Mick Kling. Dr. Mick Kling has, I've actually sat and listened to Dr. Kling in one of his lectures, and he is such an amazing influence to us when we first opened our Code Start practice a couple of years ago. So I wanted to go over and just discuss his bio, and pull up his bio right here. All right, so Dr. Mick Kling, OD, is the founder and CEO of Envision Optometry, a 2-location practice in San Diego, California. He is also the owner of Impact Leadership, which provides business coaching services for the eye care community. In addition to his consulting role with Impact Leadership, Mick is a practice management and transition advisor for Vision Source, a network of over 3,200 independently owned practices across the United States. So thank you so much, Dr. Kling, for joining us today. The floor is yours, and really excited to listen to your lecture this morning.
Awesome, Julie. Thank you. Guys, I missed the sound check this morning. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
You were good. Yep. And feel free to just share your slides over our screen.
All right, let me grab the screen here. All right, well, good morning or afternoon, everybody. I'm in the West Coast, so it's still a little bit morning for me. So I'm so thrilled and excited to be here with you guys. And it's always such a privilege to be with this audience. And anytime I get a chance to take an invitation from Dat and Aaron and Julie, I always want to take that opportunity because it's just such a great group. And I've said many times before, so appreciate what these guys are doing for our community, especially around the issue of business education. I feel like that's such a need in our profession, and I just love to see these guys doing that. So once again, I was invited to come speak on the topic of profit first, and this is probably one of my favorite things to talk about, and I've done this for literally thousands and thousands of ODs across the country now, and it just continues to resonate. So if you're brand new to this and never heard of profit first, buckle your seatbelt. So we're going to go for a ride. If you're using profit first strategy in some capacity in your practice, this may help clarify some questions. And if you're using it, which I'm sure some of you already are, this just might help solidify some things. So before we get started, let me just tell you a little bit about what we're going to do. This is really broken into two sections. Part one, we're going to talk about profit first and what it is. And then in the second section, we're going to put it into action. I'm going to give you some examples of how to get this started within your own practice. So we won't take a break. We'll just continue to move through so everybody can get back to their day. But we will have a break. I'll mention when we'll start to get a little bit more practical with the concept. So as Julie mentioned, just to give you a little bit of background about me and my bias, I practice in San Diego. We have a 2-location practice. We've got 5 doctors in the practice. I don't see patients very much anymore these days, sometimes one day a week, sometimes less. But as Julie mentioned, I spend most of my time as a transition advisor for Vision Source. And what that means is that we have about 3,200 practices in our network. And at any given moment, any one of those practices might be transitioning. So we have members that are selling. We have very entrepreneurial minded members that are buying more locations. We have cold starts happening. We have associates that are buying practices. We currently have 50 to 100 practices on the market that are for sale. So it's a pretty active community. So I enjoy most of my week spending time with our members. I believe Aaron, or maybe it was Solomon, mentioned Vision Expo. I oversee the business education for Vision Expo, so come say hello if you're going to be in New York next week. Excited to have Solomon and Aaron on our speaker panel. Such great speakers and great topics. So that's a little bit of background on me and my bias that I'm going to come at you guys with. So let's go ahead and get started and just talk about what is this idea of profit first. In my role with Vision Source, one of the things that I do every week is I field a lot of questions from our members that say something like this. Hey, Mick, I've got $1 million practice and there's just never any money. I just cannot seem to pay the bills. I worry about payroll. I wonder if I'm going to be able to make the rent payment. Like, why do I have this practice and I still continue to struggle? And when I was a kid growing up, one of the things that my mother always told me, no matter what you do, don't talk to anybody about money. It's a very private topic. Now, today, I spend almost all week talking to our members about money and trying to understand what's going on with their practice. So if you believe social media, you would believe everybody is doing great. But the reality is a lot of us, even very smart business people, struggle with our practices because it's difficult to run a business. There are lots of moving parts. There are lots of things to manage. Growth can be very difficult. HR can be difficult, especially in the times that we're in now. So what I want to tell you is that if you're struggling financially in your practice, it's 100% normal. That's really more of the common scenario than it is the exception. So being here and listening to us talk about cash flow management really is a very common need that a lot of our members have. The Bureau of Labor Statistics records and measures every year the number of new businesses that are created and the number of businesses that go out of business every year. There are about 30 million businesses, small businesses in the US, and about 1 million are created every year. After 6 years, about 60% of those businesses fail. So what I mean by that is that the survival rate of businesses is only about 40% after 60 years. So after 6 years. So what that means is that statistically, the odds are against us to even surviving in business. So why is that? Well, most of us go into business for a reason other than just running the business. We might be passionate about something. We might want to make a widget that we want to sell, and we're passionate about making that widget. We might go to optometry school where we got 0 business education, or at least I didn't get any. But yet we go into the profession and we wake up one day and we realize we have to run a business, and we're very ill prepared in order to make that leap into business ownership. The primary reason businesses go out of business is pretty logically you run out of money. You just haven't managed your business very well, and so eventually the bank account dries up and you're forced to shut the doors. And that's an unfortunate reality, in fact. And the primary reason, in my opinion, is that we just don't have a very much business acumen. We just don't understand the intricacies of our business and have some very common financial knowledge about how to run the business. One of the things that I frequently get encountered with is practices that feel like they can grow their way out of financial problems. And what I mean by that is that if I can just get to $1 million in revenue, everything will be fine. If I can just get to 2 million in revenue, it'll be fine. If I can just get to 3 million in revenue. And the reality is, as you grow your business in revenue, your expenses trail right along with it. So as you get bigger, your cost of goods go up. You have to hire more people. Your occupancy has to get bigger, so therefore your rent or your mortgage goes up. The number of paper clips you have to purchase goes up. So as your business scales, your expenses scale along with it. And what happens is, with our expenses, we often find ourselves in what's called a cash flow pinch. And a cash flow pinch occurs when our expenses start to exceed our income. And that's a very common scenario to happen, because as our revenue goes up and our expenses trail right along, inevitably, at some point, our revenue takes a slight little dip, but our expenses don't just miraculously stop. And so we run into this crossover where we get a pinch in cash flow. So you look at your bank balance and you say, how am I going to make payroll? Because suddenly there's no money in the bank. So human behavior is such that we slam on the brakes, we change our behavior, we stop spending money, we tell everybody, hey, tap the brakes, we can't keep going this way. And then eventually our revenue recovers. Our expenses have taken a downturn, which is what we needed. But then as our revenue recovers, our expenses go right back up again. And then we get this crossover point again. And it's this constant cash flow pinching that occurs that really creates a lot of the emotional anxiety with running the business. And this happens because we are not baking profitability into every single transaction in our business. What I mean by that is we're not making sure that profitability in the business is first and foremost met within the business, and that piece of it's taken care of before anything else. And so that's what we're going to talk about here today, is how do we bake profitability into our practices so that we can break ourselves out of this cash flow pinch. So regardless of how big your practice is, regardless of the top line revenue number, you're always ensuring that profitability is there. So what we're going to talk about today is profitability, not as something that we're going to hope for or desire, but it's actually going to be a decision that we're going to make. We're going to just decide from now on we're going to be profitable. It's not some sort of result that occurs at the end of the quarter or at the end of the year where we look at our profit and loss statement and see if we were, quote, profitable, but it's an action that we're going to take very consistently that's going to make sure we bake profitability into the practice. And we do this so often that it's not just something that occurs, but it actually becomes a habit. We stop thinking about, am I going to be profitable? We stop thinking about, I hope I'm going to be profitable at the end of the quarter or the end of the year, but it just becomes a habit. And finally, again, we're going to just choose to be profitable. So that's kind of the background that we're going to approach this from, is making a mental shift from a results-oriented mentality of, I hope I'm profitable at the end of the month, to I'm just going to choose to be profitable today. So we're going to talk about how to do that. Now, if you're like me, and a lot of us, you probably do what's called bank balance accounting. And bank balance accounting is this. We manage our business based off of our mobile devices. How many of you have actually looked at your bank balance today? Probably a lot of you. I know I've done it already twice. Why do we do that? Because our world now revolves around this piece of technology. And so what we've done is we've taken this device and we've used it, we're now using it as a business tool. And we're checking our bank balances and we're making some sort of determination about our practice, about how well we're running it or how poorly we're running it based on how much money is in our bank account. And that's a very, very bad strategy. In fact, if you were to ask your CPA, hey, is this a good way to run my business? I'm just going to check my bank balance, and if there's money in it in the account, I'll spend it. If there's no money in the account, I won't spend it. That's a very bad strategy, because your CPA is going to say, no, you need to look at your profit and loss statement, your balance sheet, your statement of cash flows. You need to be performing a budget. Well, those things are not human behavior for us, normal human behavior, and they're not something that we have a lot of training on. So what we do is we default to the device that's the path of least resistance, which is pick up our cell phone and check our bank balance. And I can tell you from personal experience, the emotional impact that the bank balance has on me in my own practice, and even today, understanding what I know about running the business, I still feel those emotional swings up and down based on my bank balance. So we're going to build a system that allows us to use this mobile device to be able to truly understand what's going on with our the finances of our business. So everything that I talked to you guys about today is based off of a book written by a business speaker and author named Mike Michalowicz. So what I'm going to share with you is not my idea. It's not my concept. In fact, it's not even really Mike's idea either. This is a very old idea that's been around for a long time. But what he did is found a way to put it into a really simple way to understand it. And then what I did is applied it to my own practice and thought, you know what, I can teach this to other people. So I've adapted this concept to an optometry practice to work out some of the kinks and some of the bugs that are unique to our profession. Now, if you haven't read Profit First, I highly encourage you to do it when we get done here. It's a very easy read. Mike's a funny guy. He has a very good way of explaining things. So as a sort of a recap to this that you're going to hear today, if you haven't read the book, I definitely encourage you to do that. So if any of you guys ever took an accounting class or an accounting course in, let's say, high school or maybe college, you might have learned something called generally accepted accounting principles. And what generally accepted accounting principles are sometimes called GAAP is, GAAP represents the basic rules that the federal government requires businesses to operate within. And the most simple basic formula of GAAP says sales minus expenses equals profit. Okay? I'm sure you've heard that, seen that formula, heard that formula. The primary reason we calculate profitability in our businesses with a profit and loss statement is because we are trying to measure how much taxes need to be paid on the profit of our business, because the IRS taxes profitability. And so that the reason that GAAP formula exists is precisely because of that formula. The problem with profit, as the way it's defined in a profit and loss statement, is it really doesn't tell us what's going on with our business. Sure, it'll tell us if we're profitable, but I use that in air quotes because profitability has nothing to do with cash flow. And the thing that plagues most of our businesses is cash flow, because oftentimes we have profit on paper and therefore we have a tax liability. But what we struggle with is cash flow. And the reason we do that is because we have the misfortune of being in a profession where we deliver services first and then we collect payment later. So take, for example, you do an eye exam for a managed vision care plan. You've got all the expenses associated with that. And we hope and pray that 30, 60, 90 days later, we're going to actually get paid for the services that we delivered. And that's a very terrible model for us to be in. But the reality is that's the world we live in with healthcare. And when we have third-party payers involved, we are dependent on them to pay us. So we have to be very good at managing our cash flow because it's all about timing. It's all about managing the inflows and outflows of our cash, because that's the lifeblood of our business. And if we get that timing upside down, it can really create a lot of problems. So what Profit First does is it takes a step back and it says, wait a minute, why don't we reverse engineer this GAAP formula? And we're going to call this Profit First accounting. And what Profit First accounting says is this: profitability in our business is the most important thing that we have, because profitability is what sustains us. It's what allows us to continue to stay in business over time. It's what allows us to reinvest back in the business. It allows us to remodel, buy new equipment. Julie was giving some great examples of some great technology, and we need profitability in order for us to afford those great tools to provide better care to our patients. So what Profit First does is simply reverse engineers the GAAP formula and changes the formula to say sales minus profit equals expenses. So what that means is that we're taking profitability off the table first before we manage the practice. So for every dollar that comes in the business, we are allocating first the profit of the business and then learning to run our practice on what's left. Now, if this seems like a kind of a wild idea to you, stop for a minute and think about if you have a W-2 paycheck and you earn $1,000 worth of income, you don't actually put $1,000 in your pocket. In fact, you probably put $650 or maybe $750 in your pocket. Well, what comes out of that $1,000? Well, we have taxes, we have FICA, we have maybe health insurance, we might have some retirement, some investing. And what happens is even though we've earned $1,000 and $750 actually lands in our pocket, our behavior changes so that we don't build our lifestyle around the $1,000 that we earned, but instead we build our lifestyle around the $750 that we actually received. So it changes human behavior. And that's what we're going to do with Profit First, is we're going to build a system that makes less available to us, and therefore it changes our behavior. So if you're thinking that earning $450 in this example is something I have to learn to live with, and then you realize that you've got some taxes and some things that come out of this like health insurance, what you have to do is change your behavior and learn to live on what's left. And that's what we're going to do with Profit First. By taking profitability off the table first, we learn to live on what's left. It changes human behavior. Now, what I'm going to share for you guys is something that I reflect on a lot. And I think back, had I known what I know today, had I known this 20 years ago, I think I'd be in a much different position. I've purchased 7 practices over my career. And I one time took the time to sort of graph my revenue. And you can kind of see here where we made some acquisitions. But had I taken even just a small percentage of profitability off the table first, either 1%, 3%, or 5%, you can see that a massive amount of money would have been available to me in the form of profitability and still allowed enough to run my business. Because the reality is, if we pull a tiny bit off the top, we'll never feel it. If we do it in a very systematic and planned way, we'll never feel it. So the point is, if you're newer in practice and you've got a whole career ahead of you, there's an enormous opportunity for you to have massive profitability, because you're not going to really have a revenue problem. Over the course of your career, you're going to generate millions and millions of dollars of revenue. It's what you do with that revenue that becomes highly, highly critical and highly important to the sustainability and ultimately profitability of your practice. So we're going to tackle this because I've got a pretty big responsibility here. I've got to convince you that this system is going to work, because this is not a dry accounting system. In fact, your accountant, if you present this to them, they're going to probably roll their eyes a little bit. They're going to tell you this is unnecessary. It's not needed. It's just too complicated, too cumbersome. But let me just remind you, we are not CPAs. We're not accountants. We're optometrists. And therefore, we have to build systems that work for us and our human behavior. And remember, your CPA works for you. So if something makes sense to you and it meets your needs, you've got to make sure you communicate that to your CPA. If your CPA won't buy into that, then it might be time to reconsider who your partners are and who you're working with. So I'm going to share with you the 4 core principles of profit first. And we're going to use an analogy here of losing weight. So if you are trying to lose weight and you hire a weight loss coach, one of the first things that the weight loss coach is going to recommend that you do is to eat off of smaller plates. Well, why would that be? Well, as it turns out, the American plate has gotten significantly bigger over the last 100 years. And human behavior is such that as we have more space, when there's more area on a plate, we tend to fill it up with more food. And so by eating off of a smaller plate and filling that smaller plate up, we're going to end up eating less and consuming less, because we have a smaller area to eat from. And so your weight loss coach is going to say, hey, listen, eat off of a smaller plate, fill up that smaller plate, and you'll end up consuming less calories. And in fact, that's a variation of something called Parkinson's Law. Parkinson's Law says that the demand for something is directly related to its availability. So the more that something is available, the more we have available, the more of it will get consumed. And there are lots and lots of examples about this. I live in Southern California. I was in Santa Barbara Thursday night, spoke at a meeting there, drove down through LA, and this is what I see. And in California, we love to build carpool lanes, but immediately once a carpool lane is built, it fills right back up. Why is that? The demand for something is directly related to its availability. So as more things are available, consumption increases as well. This is a picture of a trip that my wife and I took with our kids to Palm Springs a couple of years ago. And I was sitting on my lounge chair, sipping my cocktail, enjoying the sun. And I thought, I'm going to get up and go jump in the hot tub. Well, the hot tub was kind of around the corner and I couldn't see it. And so I got up and walked around. And when I got around the corner, this is what I saw. I did not go in that hot tub. The demand for something is directly related to its availability. It changed my behavior because less was available. And in the book, Michalowicz gives a great analogy about toothpaste. And so if you ever go buy a brand new tube of toothpaste, and they've got that nice thick tube, when you squeeze a nice big bead onto your toothbrush and brush away and you enjoy that experience, what happens when that bead falls off your toothbrush into the sink? Well, natural behavior is to wash it down and squeeze another bead onto the toothbrush. But what happens when you are very low on toothpaste? If your toothpaste looks like this picture, suddenly your behavior changes. We become very frugal and we become very innovative about how we're going to get toothpaste out of that tube. We might squeeze that tube on the side of the countertop. We might bite the edge of it. We might just find all kinds of creative ways to get the job done because less is available. And Parkinson's law causes frugality and it causes innovation. It causes us to react and behave differently when less is available. So Parkinson's law is the primary thing that we are basing our business finances around, because when we make less available, it's going to change human behavior. So the second principle is serve sequentially. And what this means is that the order in which we do things matters. Our brain is wired such that when things come in order, the things that come first in order, we place greater value on. So think about the last time you went to the grocery store and you left your grocery list at home. You could probably remember the items that were on the first, second, third, fourth items on the list and couldn't remember anything below that. And the reason is the way our brains are hardwired, we place greater value on things that come first. This is called the primacy effect. And when we make profitability the most important thing in our practice, then it becomes the thing that we focus on the most. And subsequently, when we make paying the bills and the expenses the least important thing in our practice, it becomes the less important thing that we focus on. So the order in which we do things by making profitability first is the most important. Back to our weight loss analogy, you can use the example of, if I'm trying to lose weight, I'm going to eat my vegetables before I eat dessert, or eat vegetables before I eat my meat. Because we fill up on the things that are good for us, those become suddenly more important. The third principle is removing temptation. So again, if our goal here is to lose some weight and we have a propensity to love chocolate chip cookies, the easiest way to avoid eating chocolate chip cookies is to simply not buy them. Just don't even have them in the house. And so simply removing temptation is a way for us to control our behavior. And we're going to do that with our bank accounts. We're going to be very tricky with ourselves to make things out of sight, out of mind, so that in fact also changes our behavior. So the third principle is we want to learn how to remove temptation. And the fourth principle is systematic transfers. You know, we're very rhythmic people. We love things done very consistently and in order. And so it's important that we learn to create rhythms in our business. And we're going to create rhythms by moving money in our business at very particular times in a very particular order. And we're going to learn to pay our bills at a very particular time and in a very particular order as well. And by creating this systematic approach, it removes all of the emotion out of running your business so that things become very mechanical. Because we don't want to be wrapped up in the emotional swings of what's happening with our bank balance. We want to run our business in a very systematic way that doesn't have impact on how we're feeling about the business. It doesn't give us false impressions about how the business is doing, but we want to do things in a very methodical, mechanical way so that we can remove emotion from what we're doing. Now, most of you probably run your business out of one business bank account. That is typical. Maybe you have a second bank account as a reserve account, but primarily most of us have one business bank account. And what happens is money comes into the practice. We call this income. So this would be sales of the products that we have, lands in our operating account, and then we pay our bills out of this same account. As long as the income of the business comes in faster than the outgo of the business, everything is good, because that means our operating account is healthy and efficient. We look at our bank balance, it makes us happy. We think we're great business people, just simply because the income and the outgo are in a nice rhythm. But I find most practices that is not the case. We have the timing issue of cash flow. And so what happens is when you're operating your business out of one account, if you don't have your timing right, meaning that your income into the practice doesn't come in as fast as your outgo to pay your expenses, your operating account shrinks. And therefore, it creates all kinds of anxiety, all kinds of distress and problems with managing the business. And so what we're going to do is we're going to learn to run our business more strategically out of 5 business bank accounts. Now, I have taught this for probably 4 years now, and I will tell you that this is probably where I start to lose some of you. For about 10% of you, this is going to be an absolute game changer, what I'm going to share with you. For another 10%, you might think this is just too complicated. It's not going to work for me. It's not necessary. And about 80% of you are going to be somewhat intrigued and probably go back and do nothing. And that's a reality. That's just human behavior. But for those of you that might be skeptical about this, I want you just to hold on as we work our way through this. So what we're going to do is we are going to learn to run our practices out of 5 business bank accounts. And here's how we're going to do this. We are going to take the account that we used to call our operating account. So that's the account that the money flows into and the money flows out of. And we're going to stop paying bills out of that account. So we're going to take all those checks that we have, those blank checks that we have that are tied to that operating account, and we're going to throw them in the shredder because we just don't need them anymore. We're going to stop paying bills out of that account. We're also going to contact any vendor that has access to that bank account in the form of an auto debit, and we're going to turn that off. The first step of taking control of your practice finances is stop letting somebody else have access to your bank account. You need to be in control of your bank account. You need to decide when money flows out of your bank accounts, not a vendor. When you set a vendor up to be auto paid, what you are doing is you're relinquishing control to them and you're improving their cash flow, not necessarily yours. So I'm a strong believer in taking control of your accounts, and I understand the convenience of it, but you're giving up control when you take on this convenience. So turn off all those auto debits that are coming out of that operating account. From now on, that operating account is simply going to become an income account. What that means is that all the money that you receive in the practice, so whether that be patient payments, insurance deposits, check payments from VSP, from IMED, credit card merchant collections, all of that gets dumped into what used to be the operating account, which we're going to rename, called the income account. We are then going to call our banker and we're going to say, Mr. Banker, I want 4 additional business checking accounts tied to my old account that used to be called operating account, which is now called the income account. I want 4 more checking accounts tied to that account because I want to easily move money from my income account to these 4 other accounts. And we want them to be checking accounts and we want them to be free. Your bank is going to try to nickel and dime you and get you to pay for these additional accounts. And that does not have to be the case. You can negotiate those fees away. So just hold your ground and say, listen, I'm going to run a better business. We're going to be more profitable. We're going to have better cash flow. In the end, you are going to win. You don't need $5 a month from me on these accounts. So hold your ground, open those 4 additional checking accounts and make sure that those accounts are linked to your main account, which is now your income account. Because we want to very easily be able to transfer money on our mobile devices or on our computer from the income account to these 4 various accounts. So let's take a minute and talk about what these accounts are. So we've got on the screen here, you're going to see, we've talked about the income account, what we're going to do with this one and how we're going to create it. We're going to create these 4 additional accounts and we're going to call them, we're going to actually label them profit, owner's comp or owner's compensation, tax, and OpEx or operating expenses. And each of these 4 accounts has a very important role within our business. So let's talk about what all these accounts mean. I don't think anybody here would disagree that profitability is the most important thing that we do in our businesses. We need profitability. That's our emergency fund. It's what we use to pay off debt. It's what we use to buy equipment. It's what we use to buy additional practices, to remodel, all the things that sustain us in perpetuity are profitability. So we know profitability is important. So we want to make sure we are allocating an appropriate amount of the income that comes into our practice into profitability. The second account is our owner's compensation account. And what the purpose of the owner's compensation account is for is to pay the owner, you, a reasonable wage. And we're going to talk about what a reasonable wage is in just a minute. But the most important employee in your practice is you. Without you, there would be no business. And so we want to make sure that you as a business owner are fairly compensated. Not overcompensated and not undercompensated, but fairly compensated. And we're going to talk about what the IRS defines as a reasonable wage in just a moment. But the purpose of this account is making sure that you are fairly compensated, because we don't want to overpay you as the owner, because that stresses the cash flow of the business. We also don't want to underpay you, because that will lead to resentment against your business. So we want to make sure it's fair. The third account is the account we call tax account. And the purpose of the tax account is to pay all the quarterly estimates that our business might need to pay, any year-end tax surprises that our CPA might throw at us, any of those piddly property and state and local taxes that we have. And here's the best part, if you are taking a W-2 wage out of your practice, the purpose of the tax account is to reimburse you for the taxes that were taken out of your W-2 wage. After all, this is your business. Your business should be paying your taxes for you. So we want to make sure we're allocating a certain portion of the income of our business to reimburse ourselves for the taxes that we have to pay to the federal government in the form of a W-2 wage. And then the last account is our OPEX account. Then and only then do we pay all of the operating expenses out of the business. So what we're doing is we're making profitability the most important thing in the business. We're making sure that we're paid a fair wage for the work that we do in the business. We're making sure the IRS gets paid what their fair share is and what they deserve. And then because we're operating the business on a smaller plate, it's going to change human behavior, and we're going to learn to run our business on less. We're going to learn to run our business on what's left over. Now, some of you might be thinking, you know, I'm struggling right now with my cash flow. I can't, you're telling me, Mick, to put money in profit and owner's comp and these tax accounts, and I'm having a hard time just paying my bills. The reason that's happening is because you don't have clarity on what your business can afford to pay for its bills. Because I think we'd all agree that profitability, our own compensation, and of course the IRS have to be paid. These three are a must. That means we have to learn to run our business on what's left. We need to learn to be better business people. And what's going to happen is it's almost like magic, because we are making less available to run our business, just like when we have less available in our toothpaste tube. Human behavior changes, and when we have less to work with, we're going to learn to get by on less. We're going to become frugal, and we're going to become innovative on how we run the business. So those are the 5 accounts and how they're set up and how they interact. So in summary, we're going to change our one operating account to an income account. Only income comes in, and we're going to link 4 additional checking accounts to that account so we can move money easily. So let's talk for a minute about this owner's compensation. I just want to take kind of a little bit of a sidetrack here for a second, because I get this question a lot. It's like, well, what is fair market compensation for an owner? Well, as it turns out, the IRS has a very clear definition of what they think you should be paying yourself as the business owner of your practice. And the simple definition is you should be paying yourself exactly what you would pay somebody else to do the exact same work in your business. So let's take, for example, let's say that 3 days a week, you are an OD seeing patients. In your area, $500 a day is fair market wage for an OD, so that would be $1,500 a week. And if we annualize that, that would be about $78,000 a year for a 3-day-a-week OD at $500 a day. But you're also the CEO of your practice. You're making big picture decisions. You are guiding the company, and we're going to determine that that role is worth $80,000 a year. I don't know what it is in your area. I just use that as an example. And let's say that you're doing that for 1/2 day a week. And when we annualize that, that's a little over $8,000 a year in annual compensation for the 1/2 day a week that you spend as a practice CEO. And let's say you're wearing the administrator's hat 1 day a week. So you're managing payroll, you're taking care of HR issues, you're dealing with scheduling issues with your team, you're handling some marketing roles in your practice. And let's say 1 day a week you do that, and that's a $40,000 a year job as an example. And when we annualize that, that's about $8,000 a year. So if you add up all of these wages here, you get a owner's compensation of $94,000. Now, why is that important? If you are an S corporation, what that means is that your business, the profit and loss of your business, passes through to you as an individual on your individual tax return. In other words, your business doesn't have a tax liability. The losses and gains or profit of your business pass through to you as the owner. And in fact, you become a W-2 employee of your company just like every other employee in your practice. The IRS says if you're going to become an employee of your company, you have to pay yourself a fair market W-2 wage just like you pay everybody else, because the government wants to collect payroll taxes. When you own the practice, you pay what's called self-employment taxes, which means you pay both the employer and employee side of FICA, which is Medicare and Social Security. And so the government says you need to pay yourself a W-2 wage, and because we want our payroll taxes. You might be thinking, well, listen, I take everything out as a distribution and I don't pay myself a W-2 wage. Well, the problem with that is the government doesn't like it. They're going to see that as a way that you're getting around payroll taxes, and that's a strong risk for you for an audit. So I'm not a CPA, I'm not a tax specialist, not giving you tax advice. I'm simply giving you the definition of what the IRS says is fair market compensation. But have a conversation with your tax specialist or your accountant about this to determine what they recommend is fair market compensation on the W-2 wage. Obviously, paying yourself less W-2 wage has a huge tax advantage because you're saving 15.3% in payroll taxes. Okay, so that's the general IRS definition of fair market compensation, which we'll get to a little bit more in just a minute. Okay, so we're back on to our focus. Let's go back and revisit these 5 core bank accounts. So here's what we've got. All income comes into the new account that we call income. This was our operating account. And at very specific times, we are going to allocate a certain percentage of the income that's in the income account to these 4 accounts: profit, owner's compensation, tax, and operating expenses. Now, if you take a look at what this might look like on your bank view, so if you pull up your phone, what you're going to see is an income account, and you're going to see some money in here. You're going to see an owner's comp account, a profit account, tax account, and OpEx account. We're going to talk about what all these numbers and letters are here in just a minute. But what I want to show you is at a very specific time, we are going to move a certain percentage from the income account to each of these 4 accounts. So after we've made our transfers, here's what it's going to look like. So here's before the transfer, we move those dollar amounts that I've gotten. By the way, this is just an example. And here's what it's going to look like in our bank balance after we've made the transfers. Now you might notice that I did not take the income account to 0. You can take the account to zero if you'd like. I, out of habit, just leave $1,000 in there just for no real good reason, to be honest with you. But in theory, you could take that account to zero. If you cannot negotiate the fees completely away from your bank, sometimes they'll require you to keep a minimum balance in the account, let's say $500. So you might want to keep a little bit of money in that account when you make your allocations to avoid those fees if you just can't find any other way to get around them. But that's why in this example, I've got this $1,000 left over in the income account. But again, just to be clear, in theory, you could move 100% of the money from your income account into your 4 additional operating accounts in your business. Okay, so that's where we are. That's where we are with these 5 accounts. Now, I told you guys a little bit of a white lie, because I said we needed 5 accounts. Actually, we need 7 accounts, because remember, we talked about removing temptation. And one of the ways that we remove temptation is we move things out of sight, because when they're out of sight, they're out of mind. So what we want to do is we want to find a separate banking institution, so not our main bank that we operate out of, but find a completely separate bank, and we want to open 2 savings accounts. These 2 savings accounts, we're going to label them profit hold and tax hold. And these are going to be holding accounts for the money that we move from our income account into profit. We're then going to turn around and move that money into the profit hold account. And the money that we move into our tax account, we're going to move it into bank number 2, into our tax hold account. Because what's going to happen when we do that is that when you pull up your phone and you look at your bank number 1 bank balances, you're going to see zeros in the profit account and the tax account, because that money is being held in bank number 2. And we want that money at bank number 2 to be a little bit hard to get to. We don't want to make it easy to go into that account and pull money out, because that money is earmarked for precisely what we talked about, profitability and for our taxes. So make this a difficult transfer between bank 1 and bank number 2, because we want to remove the temptation of us tapping into that profit money and that tax money that we've allocated. So actually we want 7 accounts. 2 of those accounts are savings accounts at bank number 2. Those are called our no temptation accounts. So let's talk about the rhythm for just a minute. So as I mentioned, getting things done at a very precise time every single week or every single month was really one of the most freeing things that I did in my practice. Scheduling tasks in and around my business finances really made me much more efficient. And so what we do in my practice is we follow the guidelines and the recommendations in the book, which is pay your bills twice a month. Now, I know a lot of you probably pay your bills as they come in. So bill comes in and you might be in between patients and you're like, oh, I've got a couple minutes. I'll hop into QuickBooks and I'll pay my bill. Well, the reality is that haphazardness of paying our bills creates some instability and really creates a lot of lack of clarity with our cash flow. So what we want to do is we want to pay our bills twice a month. And we want to pay bills on the 10th of the month and the 25th of the month. Why those 2 days? Most of us have bills that are due sometime in the middle of the month. They might be things like electricity bills, maybe a contact lens vendor bill. But those bills that are due the 15th, 16th, 17th of the month, we want to pay those on the 10th. All the bills that are due on the 1st of the next month, we want to initiate that payment on the 25th of the month. So we want to get into a rhythm of paying these bills twice a month, on the 10th and on the 25th. We also want to move money from our income account to our 4 additional accounts on the 10th and the 25th as well, because if we're going to pay bills, we have to make sure we allocate money into our operating expense account to make sure we have the funds available to cover those bills. So on the 10th and 25th, we're going to move money to all the accounts: profit, owner's comp, tax, and OpEx. and then we're going to turn around and we're going to pay all the bills of the practice that are due on the 10th and the 25th out of the operating expense account. What's going to happen is you're going to get great clarity in your business about if you're overspending, because you're going to move money from your income account to your OPEX account, and you're going to have a stack of bills, and your stack of bills might be more than you had available to allocate to cover those bills. That's going to be a real indication that possibly you're not running your business properly. Now, what I've learned in my practice is that we have payroll on the 5th and on the 20th of each month. And because of that, we have to make 2 additional transfers on the 3rd of the month and on the 18th of the month. And what this does is make sure I have enough money allocated to cover the payroll costs that I have in my practice. So we know we have got bills due in the middle of the month and the 1st of the month, and we've got payroll due on the 5th and the 20th. And so we want to make sure we make transfers so that we have the payroll needs of the practice met as well. So we end up making 4 transfers from income to the 4 accounts every single month. So there's a look at the 7 accounts. So we have income, which is our old operating account. We've got the 4 checking accounts tied to income. And then we've got the profit hold account and the tax hold account at bank number 2. And this is how they're all related. So let's go back and take a look. We're now operating off of small plates. We are serving sequentially. So we're doing things in a very particular order. We are removing temptation by setting up our 2 no temptation accounts in bank number 2. And we are creating a rhythm. We're doing things in a very consistent manner. We're doing things in a very timely manner so that we make sure that we never miss a beat and we're actually creating habits as we're doing it. Out of our owner's comp account, we're going to pay ourselves. So this is how we're going to fund our own wage. And this tax account is how we're going to pay our quarterly estimated taxes and all the other taxes that are related to the practice, and reimburse ourselves at the end of the year for the W-2 taxes that were taken out of our wage. Okay, so those are the 7 accounts. Now, I've probably lost a few of you guys. Maybe went too quickly, maybe the concept is just not making sense to you. If that's the case, I would ask you just to stop for a minute, and if you do nothing else, tomorrow, open 1 new account, call it profit, and move 1% of every dollar you collect into that account. And what you're going to learn is that you can run your business on 99 cents of every dollar. You will never miss 1 penny out of every dollar in this practice, and you will start to see that money grow in your profit account. And what happens a lot is that some people will be reluctant to institute this in its entirety, and they'll say, listen, I'm going to open that 1 account. And after about 3 months, wake up one day and you look in that account, and you're like, my goodness, I have all this money set aside and I didn't even miss it. And then the light bulb goes off and you realize, I can operate this practice on less. I can learn to work with what I have, just like I learned to live on my W-2 paycheck, which isn't my gross wage, but it's what I put in my pocket after taxes, retirement account, and insurance is taken out of my paycheck. So if you do nothing else, open 1 account, call it profit, and move 1% into that account. And I think you'll start to get some real clarity on the power of that. Okay, so we're gonna take a brief little pause here. We're gonna kind of shift gears because you probably have a lot of questions right now about how much am I supposed to transfer? How do I know how much to move? I kind of get the concept, but I need some specifics. So we're going to get into that. I'm going to show you how you can figure out where you need to start in your own practice and actually put this into practice. And one thing I want to say before I forget it, This system that I'm showing you guys, for some of you, it might have dawned on you, but if it hasn't, this is nothing more than grandma's envelope system. So if you ever listen to Dave Ramsey, or maybe you had a grandmother that operated this way, basically what happens is grandma learns to live within her means by creating these envelopes. And these envelopes are where she puts grocery money, where she puts her tithe for church, where she puts clothing money, where she puts vacation money. And what happens is she takes this envelope that has groceries labeled on it, and she goes to the grocery store. And when that envelope is empty, she stops buying groceries. And that's all we're doing here with our corporate bank accounts. We're simply creating guardrails around our money, and we're telling every dollar it has a purpose. We're telling every dollar that a portion of you needs to be allocated to profit, a portion needs to come to me because I'm the most important employee. We have to pay taxes, so we've got to make sure we allocate for that. And then we learn to run our practice on what's left. So this is nothing more than grandma's envelope system put in a much more corporate fashion. Okay, so let's talk about how do we figure out how much we want to or need to transfer in these accounts. Well, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to determine what's called our target allocation percentages. And we're going to get to that number by performing what's called a profit assessment or an instant assessment. And we're going to do that by looking at our practice historical performance. And I'm going to walk you through an example of a $700,000 revenue generating practice and show you how we're going to get to some starting numbers. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a look at last year's revenue, and I call that collections. That's money that goes in the bank. This $700,000 practice had zero in profit. And when I say zero in profit, I mean not that your profit and loss statement showed zero, but that you didn't have a deliberate plan to earmark profitability in your practice. So we've got $0 that went to profit last year. Let's say in this example, you paid yourself $100,000 as the owner in the form of W-2 wage and distributions or owner draw, and that you had $21,000 that went to pay taxes, and you ran your business on what was left. So it's $579,000 went to the operating expenses. If we apply the percentages to each of these, what you're going to see is that 0% went to profit, 14% went to the owner, 3% went to taxes, and 83% went to the operating expenses of our practice. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up some target percentages. I believe in a well-run optometry practice that our targets should be 10% should be allocated to profitability, 15% should go to the owner as fair market compensation, 10% should go to taxes, and 65% should go to run the business. And if you think about this, basically what we're saying is we want this practice to have a practice net before owner compensation of 35%. And I know that's a tall order, but it can be done. So we're going to set targets at 10% profit, 15% owner comp, 10% tax, 65% operating expenses. So if we apply those targets to this practice, at the end of the year, we would have allocated $70,000 to profit, $105,000 would have gone to the owner, $70,000 we would have set aside for taxes, and we would have learned to run our business on $455,000. And now, if you take a look at the difference, we've got some work to do here. We've got quite a ways to go because we've got to figure out how to run this business on $126,000 less because we're going to allocate that money into these other buckets. But we're not going to do this quickly. We're going to take our time. If we were to try to immediately move 10% into profitability, it would really shock our practice. So what we're going to do is we're going to go real slow quarter by quarter. So this $700,000 practice is going to generate about $175,000 in collections in one quarter, so in a 3-month period. Here's how the breakdown would occur. We would have allocated 0 to profit, 24.5 went to the owner, $50,250 went to taxes, and $145,250 went to operate the practice. What we're going to do is we're going to adjust up profit, owner's comp, and tax by 1% each quarter until we hit our targets. That means we're going to have to decrease our operating expense allocation by 3%. So on day one, our target allocation percentages are 1% are going to go into profit, 15% is going to go to the owner, 4% is going to go into our tax account, and 80% is going to go into our operating expense account. And we're going to pay our bills on that 80%. So at the end of quarter one, we are going to anticipate having $1,750 in the profit account. The owner will have paid him or herself $26,250. The tax account would have $7,000 in it, and we will run the business on $140,000. So if you look at our differences now, what you'll see is that we only need to come up with $5,250 in savings in that quarter to make sure we've got the allocation for the other accounts set aside, because it always has to total 100%. So if we're allocating 3 percentage points less to our operating expense account, it's going to free up those 3 percentage points that we can move into the other 3 accounts. So every quarter, we are going to move this percentage up by 1 until we hit our targets. Now, what you might notice is that we've already hit our target on our owner's compensation. So in quarter 2, our profit account is going to go up to 2%. Our owner's comp account is going to stay at 15. Our tax account is going to go up to 5, and we're only going to need to adjust our operating expense account down by 2. So quarter 2, our allocations would be 2% profit, 15% owner's comp, 5% tax, and 78% operating expenses. And we're going to do that every single quarter until we ultimately hit our targets of 10% profit, 15% owner comp, 10% tax, and 65% operating expenses. And as we take these little tiny baby steps toward this direction, it won't shock our business, because we don't want to do it too quickly or too abruptly, because we're not ready for it. We haven't prepared our business to be operating this way. So we've got to take our time to get there. Okay, so you might be thinking, how in the world do I keep track of all of these accounts? I've got 7 accounts, and Mick, you've got me looking at my phone, and I can't make any sense of this. Well, we're gonna give our accounts very particular names, so that when we pull out our phone, we can very easily identify which account we're looking at. Now, just about every bank I've ever seen will allow you to create a nickname for your bank account. And so what we're going to do is we're going to actually give nicknames to our accounts based on what their purpose is. So in this example, we're going to nickname the profit account profit. We're going to actually write the word profit. We are going to put what our current allocation percentage is. So in this example, it's the first quarter. 1% is going into profit. So then we're going to put the number 1. We're going to then write the word TAP, T-A-P. That's our target allocation percentage. And follow that by 10, because that's our ultimate target of 10%. And then the last 4 digits are the last 4 digits that the bank will always tack on, so you can identify the account and the bank can identify your account. So when you pull up your phone, you're going to see profit 1, tap 10 with 4 numbers. And what that's going to tell you is that this is my profit account. I'm currently allocating 1% to it. I have a goal of allocating 10% to it. And then the last 4 digits are the identifier of the account. Next quarter, I'm going to rename the account. And I'm going to rename it to profit 2, tap 10. Quarter 3, I'm going to rename it profit 3, tap 10, and so forth, until we keep climbing up. So you always know what account it is, what your allocation percentage is, and how much money you've got in that account. So here is another example of a sort of a bank balance view. So we've got income. It doesn't need our tap indications, because that's just in a collections account. Owner's comp 8, tap 10, profit 3, tap 10, tax 5, tap 5, 5, tap 5, and OPEX 85, tap 75. Now, you might notice in this example that some of our target allocations are different than the examples that I just gave you. Let me explain to you why that could happen. In larger practices that have associates, the owner is not going to be able to take 15% of every dollar that comes into the practice and pay themselves, because you've got to pay your associate doctors. So when you get into multiple $1-million practices, you as the owner, especially if you're a single owner, you cannot afford to allocate 15% to yourself. The economics of the practice just won't allow it. So there's some finessing that has to take place for you to figure out what your appropriate target needs to be as the owner if you have a large practice with associates. The other thing that I've learned is that many times we can get to what I call tax equilibrium without having to take our tax account to 10%. And what I mean by that is, for instance, if you own your real estate, you might have quite a bit of depreciation on your building, and your tax liability might be fairly low. You might not need 10% allocated to the tax account in order to cover all your taxes. So we don't want to overfund the account. We just want to fund it just enough so that we have that money earmarked, so when those quarterly tax estimates are due, or we get a tax bill for property, or we get state and local taxes, or we'll get a year-end tax surprise from our CPA. We just want to make sure we have allocated just enough money in that account. So it's possible you will not need to take your tax account up to 10%. So just realize there's some finessing that needs to takes place with these targets, and that's why I wanted to show you just a little bit of variation there. So here's a summary of our bank accounts. Bank 1, we've got income, profit, owner's comp, tax, and OPEX. We've got those accounts labeled with our current allocation, tap, and our targets. In bank number 2, we've got profit hold, tax hold. Those do not need any targets because those are holding accounts. Those are merely just savings accounts where our profit is being held and where our tax is being held out of sight, out of mind in bank number 2. So we remove the temptation of wanting to tap those accounts. So let's talk about bank number 2 a little bit more and what to do with this money that's now accumulating in bank number 2. So you've implemented profit first in your practice, things are rolling along, you're starting to notice you're building up some money in these 2 accounts. What am I supposed to do with this money? Well, so in your profit account, it's simply there to do what you want with it. It's there for emergency reserves, it's there to pay off debt, it's there to reinvest back in your business, it's there to take money out for you. So if all of your cash reserves are met, if you don't have any business debt and you want to pull out 50% for yourself and retain 50% in the account and just let it continue to grow, certainly do that. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your profit. I'm not here to tell you how much to take out or how much not to take out. It's your money and your decision about how to handle that money. The tax hold account is intended to be available to pay quarterly estimates and all the taxes that we've discussed. If you don't have a quarterly estimated tax due that quarter, you can take the money out of the tax hold account and you can move it over to profit. You can put it in your own pocket. You can go to Hawaii. You can leave it in there and let it accumulate. Again, I don't care what you do with the money. I'm not here to tell you what to do with it, but what we want to do is just make sure we've allocated for that tax burden so that we don't get caught with surprises and not have the resources and funds and to be able to cover for that tax burden. Now, I do have a very strong opinion about building your emergency fund. So before COVID hit, I was really an advocate for paying off debt. I hate business debt. I will tell you the practices that I work with that get in trouble are the ones that buy too much technology and they don't have the cash flow to support the equipment. And so I'm a big proponent of getting out of debt. However, what became very clear with COVID is that most of us were very poorly prepared when it comes to cash reserves. Most of us barely had 1 month's worth of operating expenses in cash reserves to sustain our business. And we really created a very stressful situation for us. So I've sort of changed my recommendation, my strategy with what we do with the profit account. My recommendation is this: if you do not have an adequate emergency fund, I would take 95% of all the money in your profit account every quarter, and I would move it into another account. I would call it an emergency fund or cash reserves or core capital, whatever you want to call it. And I would build that emergency fund until it's to the level that you feel comfortable with. And we'll talk about what that level is in just a minute. Once you've met your emergency fund requirements, I would then start directing all of that profit into your paying off your debt and getting yourself out of debt so that you can free up your cash flow. There is nothing more powerful in sustainability when the market has a downturn than not having debt. You can withstand a lot of bumpy economic times if you're not strapped with a bunch of payments. So once you've established your emergency fund, then I would recommend that you roll over and you pay off your debt and destroy your debt as fast as you possibly can. Okay, so one of the sort of modifications to the strategy that I think makes a lot of sense is to use the Dave Ramsey tactic of build a baby emergency fund first, then go attack your debt, and then you can come back and later complete your emergency fund. So how do we do that? I would recommend that you set a target of 2 to 3% of your practice revenue as what I call a foundational emergency fund. What that means is that if you're a $1 million revenue generating practice, that's between $20,000 and $30,000 in a foundational emergency fund to just take the pressure off if you get in a real short-term cash flow pinch. Once you've established that, then return your focus on getting yourself out of debt. Once you've gotten your debt paid off, then roll over and complete your emergency fund. Most bankers will tell you they want to see 10% of 1 year's revenue in an emergency fund. So for a $1 million revenue generating practice, that would be $100,000 in emergency fund. And now that sounds like a lot of money, but let me tell you this: the operating expenses of a $1 million practice are generally about $30,000 to $40,000 per month. And so what 10% of a $1 million revenue generating practice represents, $100,000, is only 2 to 3 months of operating expenses for your practice. So we're not asking you to put 6 months or a year's worth of expenses aside. We're simply looking for a 2 to 3 month short-term cushion so that we hit those cash flow pitfalls, that we have the resources and essentially become your own line of credit. We don't want to have to go to the bank and ask for money when things are getting tight. We want to be our own banker and have those resources available for ourselves to tap into when we need it. Because inevitably, we're going to hit these short-term cash flow pitfalls. So how do we destroy our debt? Well, again, if you're familiar with Ramsey, you've heard him talk a lot about debt snowballs. It's a great strategy. I work with many practices with doing this strategy. It works wonderfully. So we simply line up all of our debt in lowest balance to highest. We don't worry about interest rates. And we make minimum payments on all of these debts. And anything extra, we throw at debt number one. So once debt number one is paid off, we then take what we were applying to debt number one and we add it to debt number two each month. Once debt number two is paid off, we take what we were applying to debt one and two and we add it to debt three every month, and so forth until you get all the way to the end. And what happens is by the time you get to that third and fourth and fifth debt, you are making very large payments toward that principal. And I have worked with practices that have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt. And when we build a debt snowball, for most of them, within about 18 to 24 months, most of them can be completely out of debt. So we're not talking about a 10-year plan here. We're talking about being very intentional in how we attack our debt, and rolling those payments over into the next debt, and taking the resources from our profit hold account each quarter and throwing that in the mix as well. And you're going to see that debt go away very, very quickly. Extremely powerful way to get out of debt. So we've talked a lot about squeezing our expenses, and we know that human behavior is going to help. We know that when we have less available, our behavior is going to change, and that's going to help. But we need to take that strategy one step further in making sure we make room by getting rid of unnecessary expenses. And here's how we're going to do this. Once a quarter, we're going to pull out our profit and loss statement, and we're going to either get with a key person in our practice, get with a spouse, get with a business partner, whoever you want, and we're going to walk through the profit and loss statement line by line, and we're going to challenge every single expense in the practice. And we're going to ask ourselves some very important questions about every single expense in the practice. And the first question we're going to ask is this expense driving profitability in the practice? Is it driving what we need toward our bottom line? If it is, we're going to put a P next to that expense and we're going to leave it alone. Things that often get P's are employees. We need employees. They drive revenue in our practice. Now, that's assuming you're not overstaffed. But we want to put a P by our employees because they're important in driving profitability. Our frame and lens and contact lens bills drive profitability. So assuming you're getting the best pricing, you can put a P by those. Anything that doesn't have a P, we then want to place an R by it if it's something that can be renegotiated or replaced with another vendor. In almost every case, there is competition to the vendors that we use. There are alternatives that we can look at. So what we want to do is everything that has an R next to it, we want to contact the vendor and we want to say, listen, we are trying to run a lean practice. And in doing so, we need to make sure we're controlling our expenses. And therefore, I need to make sure I'm getting the absolute best pricing on everything I purchase. And I want you, Mr. Vendor, Miss Vendor, to tell me I'm getting the absolute best price. If I can't get the best price, I'm going to have to go to look at some other vendors. It's very important that we're very clear about what our intention is with our relationship with our vendors and what we need them to do for us and help us run our practice as lean as possible. So everything that has an R by it, we either want to replace it or we want to renegotiate it with our vendors. And then anything that is not driving profitability and cannot be replaced and cannot be renegotiated, we are going to put a U by it, and we want to just get rid of that expense altogether. There are many expenses within our practices, and you'll be surprised when you go through this exercise. There are many expenses in our practices that are absolutely unnecessary. And the reason that happens is because we are charging other people in our business to spend our money. And nobody cares about your money as much as you do. And so it's easy and it's really normal human behavior for somebody to be less diligent about how they spend your money. So we want to make sure we go through and challenge every single expense. And if it's not driving profitability in the practice, we want to learn to get rid of it and find other ways to get the job done if necessary. And we do this every single quarter in my practice because every single quarter, I've got 30 employees and there's no telling what they're spending my money on. So every quarter we go through this process of challenging every single expense. And I do this with my leadership team because you need somebody to hold you accountable. And we make sure that we have our finger on what's happening with the expenses in the practice. So go through and take the time to challenge every single expense. I use and have created a very simple document. You don't have to do this, but this is just a simple tool that I created. And every quarter, I will look and see how much we need to squeeze our expenses, figure out what the dollar amount is that we need to save for that quarter in order to meet our targets. And then we go through this exercise of identifying the P's, which are profitable, the R's, which can be renegotiated or replaced, and the U's that are unnecessary. And we make sure we find things that we can cut or renegotiate in the practice so that we're making room, because we've got to move that money over to profit, owner's comp, and our tax accounts if necessary. Now, as we think about getting rid of our expenses, I just want to share with you a little human behavior tendency that you're no doubt going to encounter, and that is something called loss aversion. In behavioral psychology, there is this concept of loss aversion. And what loss aversion means is that we will fight harder to hold on to something more than we will fight to get it in the first place. Okay? And I'll tell you, I have an entire garage full of things that we absolutely do not need because we hold on to them for irrational reasons. So it's this irrational tendency to not want to let go of something, even though rationally it would be in our best interest to get rid of it, because a perfectly run business would have zero expenses. But what you're going to do is you're going to find that you're justifying expenses in your practice. And there are a bunch of reasons why we justify expenses. Maybe we don't want to admit that we made a bad decision and we chose to use some service or use a vendor. And we just don't want to admit that that was a bad choice. Maybe we're afraid if I get rid of it, I might need it. Well, I don't know any vendor that wouldn't take you back as a customer if you changed your mind. So if you're not sure, experiment, cut something out and see if you actually need it. Maybe the vendor is your friend and you're embarrassed to actually go to them and say, we don't need your services anymore. I've had clients that have purchased these big giant billboards on the freeway, tens of thousands of dollars in advertising expenses. And when I ask them, is that driving revenue and profitability in your practice? The answer is often, I don't know, I'm not sure. Well, those are examples of expenses that you might hang on to because you made the commitment, but at the end of the day, we're not really convinced it's actually driving profitability. So the best way to overcome loss aversion is to have a trusted team member with you to challenge your expenses, because in this process, you're going to find a lot of expenses if you're like a lot of us and you run some of your own personal expenses through your business. It's important that you understand the impact that can have on your practice, and you might be challenged and want to hang on to some of those expenses when they're not absolutely necessary. So just be aware loss aversion is real and it's potentially going to happen. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to bundle this up in 4 or 5 last conclusions. And it looks like we're coming up on our closing time, and be happy to field some questions after that. So in conclusion, profit is a choice. It's not a hope or a prayer or at the end of a profit and loss statement or at the end of a quarter or at the end of a year or a letter we get from our CPA. It's a decision that we can make. We can choose to be profitable starting today and forever. It's just how we decide how the money that comes into our practice is handled and how we're allocating it for profitability. This is a proven system. This is not just a book that I read and got excited about it. There's an organization behind this called Profit First Professionals. I'm certified to teach this course, and there are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of business coaches, accountants, CPAs that teach this course all over the world. This is not just a United States concept. That we have Profit First Professionals in the UK and all parts of Europe. Absolutely proven system, no question about it. This is a structured plan for managing our cash flow. You know, one of the biggest problems that we have with cash flow is we don't have a plan. We're not structured about how we move money, and we're often not deliberate in how that money needs to be managed within our practice. And so this is a structured plan for managing our cash flow, and it caters to our natural tendencies. It allows us to run our business off of our cell phone if need be. And it gives us a much truer picture of what's really happening in our practices, because there may be times after you move money that there's no money in your income account. There's no money in your profit account because you moved it to bank 2. There's no money in your owner's comp account because you paid yourself. There's no money in your tax account because you moved it to bank 2. And there's no money in your OpEx account because you paid your bills. And that is the reality of what's really going on with the cash flow of your business, not this artificial fluctuation of what's happening with the bank account balance. We cannot survive on leftovers. That's why this is called eradicating business poverty. So many of our businesses are struggling because we don't leave enough of the lifeblood in the business, which is the cash flow and managing the profitability in our practices. And by all means, you deserve it. If you're on this webinar and you own a practice, you've made enormous sacrifices, and you deserve to be paid well for those sacrifices. You deserve to be rewarded for the risks that you take as a business owner. You're not working for somebody with a guaranteed paycheck. You're owning a business, and you deserve to have a return on investment, and you deserve a mighty reward for the risk that you're taking. So guys, I just want to tell you thank you. I'm going to leave my contact information up here for just a second. If you have any questions, just drop me a quick email. Aaron, I have some tools. I've got a quick start guide. I've got a execution checklist. I've got some tools that I'll get to you and Dat.
Mhm.
And if anybody wants those, they can certainly have those. And those will just really clarify some questions and really give you a step-by-step guide of like, okay, well, I just got a lot thrown at me. Like, where do I start? So we'll help walk you through that process.
Yeah, we'll put those all in a follow-up email. So that's going to go to everyone attending today.
Perfect.
All right. And then Mick, you've got quite a few questions in the Q&A here. So I'm not sure if you want to answer those live or if you want to do what Solomon did and just answer them via text. Completely up to you.
Let me put my glasses on and see if I can see some of these. Is the owner's comp account under the business account, or is it a personal account? So owner's comp account is a business account. It's one of your 4 accounts that it's tied to your income account. So that's just like any other account in your business. That owner's comp account can be linked to a personal account if you want it to be. In fact, that's what I do. I move money from income to owner's comp. And then owner's comp, when I'm ready to pay myself, I just transfer it to, if I'm taking a distribution, I take it out of that owner's comp account into my personal account. Now, one important thing I want to talk about on this owner's comp account, if you take a W-2 wage out of your practice, that owner's comp account has to fund your W-2 compensation. And so what we have to do is move money from the owner's comp account over to the operating expense account when you run normal payroll, if you pay yourself under normal payroll, just like you pay the rest of your employees. So let's say you're getting a W-2 wage, you get paid every 2 weeks, just like everybody else. When you're moving money to that OpEx account, it's got to be funded from your operating or from your owner's comp account into your operating expense account to pay your portion of the W-2 wage. Otherwise, you'll be double dipping. You'll be paying yourself out of owner's comp plus paying yourself out of the operating expense account. So I failed to mention that when we were going through that. So I'm glad that question came up. Payroll taxes come out of the operating account. That is correct. Payroll taxes are a normal operating expense of the business. So those come out of your operating expense account. How does my office pay for my taxes if I'm a corporation or solo? If you are a S corporation and the profit and loss pass through to you as an individual, it generally doesn't matter whether you pay your taxes out of your personal or your corporate account. Ask your CPA what they recommend that you do, but at the end of the day, you pay taxes on everything. So it sort of doesn't matter which account you pay it out of. You're going to get what's called a K1, which is your share of the profit of the company. So your tax burden is going to be the same, but ask your CPA which account that should be paid. The money that's holding in your tax account can be transferred over to your OpEx account if you write a check out of that account. Or you can just pay your taxes directly out of your tax account. That again is completely up to you. Let's see. What banks have you seen work well with opening multiple accounts? Lots of banks will do this. You just have to be persistent. I have a document that's got profit first friendly banks. It's literally dozens and dozens of banks, but I will tell you, it comes down to your local banker, because just because, let's say if Wells Fargo, where I bank, has me set up on this, if you call your Wells Fargo banker, they may not understand what you're asking for. So just go start with your bank unless you're ready to change anyway. Let's see. If a practice is selling and a PE is looking at the income and bank account, does it matter that we have money left over in the bank, and how much should be left in the bank for PE to look at it and feel the practice profitable? Well, your PE, if PE is looking at your practice, they're looking at something called EBITDA, which is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. They are not looking necessarily at bank account balances. They are not purchasing your cash in the bank. They're purchasing the cash flow of your business. And so it really doesn't matter how much you leave in the bank. How do you pay your W-2 out of your owner's comp and the staff from the OpEx? I think we addressed that, Ann. If not, hit me up again. Does a sole proprietor change in any of these steps? Not at all. It doesn't matter with your sole prop, if you're a corp, LLC that's filing as an S corporate status. It really doesn't matter. How much do you save for emergency 2? How much do you save for emergency also? Let's see what they're asking here, Edna.
Also, yeah.
So my personal target is 10% of 1 year's revenue. Okay, so that's ultimately where I want to be. What account does total payroll come out of if I'm paid as an owner as a W-2? So, yeah, so I think we addressed that. Good, great question. So pay yourself out of the OpEx account. What, let's see. How do you, oh, great question. How do you do this if you're a cold start? I'll tell you, there is no better strategy for a cold start than profit first, because you're not making any money, and you're not going to make money for a while, but you're going to get in the habit of moving money and allocating money to profit, owner's comp, in your tax account, even though you're not going to have probably a tax bill for a while, and even though you're not going to be able to pay yourself for a while, moving small amounts of money from day one is going to create the habit. So absolutely recommended for cold starts. Let's see, Corey says, hey, Corey, when and how much are the hold accounts utilized? Once a quarter, we do something with the hold account. So we either let it sit, we pay off debt, we fund our emergency account. When in doubt, open an account. So if you want to have an equipment account, open another account and move it over into your equipment account, however you want to handle that. And then the same with your tax account. When your tax burden has been met, and if you've got money left over and you don't need it, you can do whatever you want with it. Does that debt include real estate or your building? So real estate debt is a tricky one because it is usually a very large balance. And I see real estate debt as slightly different, because real estate debt is truly an investment, and we're hoping that asset appreciates in value over time. And so I would get everything else paid off before I'd even think about tackling my real estate, especially with the interest rates being low as they are now. I'd make that the very last thing I pay off, just like your home mortgage. That's probably the last thing you go after. If you've got car payments and health bills and all that kind of stuff, do all that first. At what level do you think there's too much cash in the business? Hey, I got to tell you, as weird as it sounds, that question is a great question, and it's one that COVID actually created. So we have lots of practices that are sitting on lots of cash. We had lots of stimulus, and the challenge that you're going to run into with how much cash in the bank am I sitting on is, what do I do with that cash if I don't have it sit there? If you call your bank and you say, I want to put it in a CD or a savings account, you're going to earn practically nothing in interest. And so then in order to get a return on investment, you actually have to invest that money. Well, now you've put it in potentially an illiquid form, meaning you put it in a form that's not as easy to take out of the investment, and you're adding a lot of risk. So if you're putting it in the stock market, or you're buying Bitcoin, or you're doing whatever with it, I mean, you can really run into a situation where if you need that money in a day or two, it could be, you know, the market could have a temporary downturn, and your balance could be down because of that. So it's a great question, and it's kind of a dilemma what to do with all this cash. So you just have to kind of take this on your own personal circumstances. How do you answer countless number of patients asking for donations for their school charity? That's an interesting question, Rachel. Well, we have Optometry Giving Site, which is our charity, and we simply say that's our charity of choice, and we limit our donations to Optometry Giving Site, and that kind of goes away. Are you transferring full amounts from tax profit from bank 1 to tax profit bank 2? Is it necessary for the minimum? Oh, yes, great question. Why move money from income to profit and then profit to profit hold in bank 2? And the reason is this: we can instantaneously move money out of income into profit, but it takes 2 or 3 days to move it from profit into profit hold. So if you tried to make a direct transfer from income to profit hold in bank 2, that money would sit in income for a couple of days, and it could cloud your next transfer. So we move it into profit temporarily, and then we don't care if it takes 2 or 3 days for it to get into the profit hold account. Our payroll tax company holds the FICA employee taxes and are so in this case, taxes would be property estimates. Yeah. So not payroll taxes, Joe, but all the other taxes that your company would pay. Quarterly estimates, property taxes, state and local taxes, reimbursement of your own W-2 taxes, that sort of thing. Good question. Do you fund retiring doctor buyout notes or leasehold improvements or equipment purchase loans out of operating expenses? So those sorts of investments will probably need to come out of your profit account, because those are improvements on your practice, and that's precisely what profit is intended to do. If you start to fund things like leasehold improvements out of your normal operating expense account, it's going to make the cash flow tight, because you're now creating economics of your practice that might be out of the norm for a typical practice. So that's precisely why you're building your profit ability in your business, so that you have the resources available for that. Can this system work for a nonprofit? I don't see why not. You are managing money the same way. So we're just dealing with cash flow. Nonprofits have operating expenses, and they have to manage inflows and outflows of money just like any other business. Even though they're quote nonprofit, you still have to manage the cash flow. So I don't see why this wouldn't work for nonprofits.
All right, awesome. I think that is all of the questions. Let me take a look at the chat real quick. Looks like there's one question in the chat. Is the tax account for quarterly estimated the OPEX account for payroll tax?
Yes, a tax account is for quarterly estimates. OPEX account is for payroll taxes.
All right, great. Any other questions? Feel free to put them in the Q&A and chat. Otherwise, we'll wrap it up here. Oh, just a few thank yous. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Well, Mick, thank you so much. I think I've listened to your Profit First lecture 5 times already, and every time I learn something new, so I do appreciate it. And yeah, great 2 hours right there. Any final words from you before we close out?
Yeah, thank you thank you for the invitation. And I would just say this: what you just said is really important, in that sometimes it takes a couple of times to see this for the light to go on. So if you happen to be in New York, I'll be doing this again at Expo. There are various places you can find it. If you're Vision Source, you get it for free. This was recorded. I'm not sure what you guys are going to do to let other people watch it, but to let folks watch it again. But do go through it again if you need to, because it sometimes takes a couple of times.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Mick. And Mick, Solomon, and myself are all going to be giving practice management lectures at Vision Expo. So if you're going next weekend, we look forward to seeing you. Want to thank everyone for coming. And we have one final raffle for another $100 gift card. And so let me take a look at the phone here at the randomizer. And Katie Kwan, if you're out there, you have won a $100 Amazon gift card. So email us, admin@ODsonFinance.com. And we are pretty much done. I want to give a special shout out to our sponsors once again. So Neo Home Loans, Williams Group, and Optizoom, all fantastic resources, whether you're looking to buy a home, whether you're looking to build up your practice, or you're looking for a place to buy resources for your practice. And I want to thank our speakers, both Solomon and Mick took 2 hours of their day to give these lectures, both fantastic lectures with a ton of information. And other than that, make sure to sign up for our next 2 lectures. Once again, April 10th, we'll be having a retina lecture, 1 hour cope-approved CE. And April 24th, we will have a 3-hour symposium on the future of optometry and technology. So thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we hope to see you either at Vision Expo or on our next webinar. So we are going to end the meeting. Take care. And it was Katie Kwan. Katie Kwan was the winner. All right, take care, everyone.